Over to you, Chairman, sir.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you to the 110th Annual General Meeting of your company. As we gather today, new hopes are being rekindled as the economy recovers from the depths of the second wave, even though increasing caseloads are causing concern. Undoubtedly, it will take a while to heal the scars inflicted by the successive waves. The events of the past few months have caused unimaginable grief for many who have lost family members, close friends, and valued colleagues. In their memory, may I request you to observe a minute of silence as we pray for their eternal peace. Thank you. Good morning to all of you who have joined the 110th Annual General Meeting of your company. I have once again great pleasure in welcoming you. In view of the continued need for social distancing due to the COVID-19 pandemic, this AGM is being held through electronic mode in conformity with the regulatory provisions and the circulars issued by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. I would like to inform that the company has taken necessary steps to ensure that the members are able to attend and vote at this AGM in a seamless manner. I have been advised by the company secretary that the requisite quorum is present. I therefore declare the meeting open. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to introduce you to my colleagues on the board who are attending this meeting from different locations. I will start in alphabetical order with Mr. Nakul Anand. Mr. Anand is a whole-time director of your company attending this meeting from Gurugram. Next is Mr. Sheel Bhadra Banerjee, an independent director and chairman of the Nomination and Compensation Committee attending this meeting from Faridabad. Mr. Hemant Bhargava is a non-executive director, is attending from Mumbai. Mr. Arun Duggal is an independent director and chairman of the audit committee attending from Kasauli. Mr. Sunil Bihari Mathur, an independent director, is attending the meeting from New Delhi. I would like to inform that this is the last AGM for Mr. Mathur, as he will be completing his term on the 14th September 2021 after serving on the board for over 16 years. I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of everyone present here to acknowledge Mr. Mathur's valuable contribution to your company. Next is Mr. Anand Naik, who is an independent director and chairman of the Security Holders Relationship Committee, attending this meeting from Bengaluru. Mrs. Nirupama Rao, an independent director, is attending the meeting from Bengaluru. Next is Mr. Ajit Seth, who is attending from New Delhi and is an independent director of your company. Mrs. Meera Shankar, also an independent director, is attending the meeting from New Delhi. Mr. David Simpson, a non-executive director of your company, is attending this meeting from New Hampshire, USA. Next is Mr. Sumant Bhargavan, a whole-time director of your company, attending from Kolkata. Lastly, Mr. Rajiv Tandon, a whole-time director of your company, is also attending the meeting from Kolkata. Mr. Rajendra Kumar Singhi, Company Secretary, is attending the meeting from Kolkata. I'd like to mention that since the last AGM, Mr. Atul Jairat has stepped down from the board of your company with effect from 1st May 2021. I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of everyone present here to acknowledge his contribution to your company. Authorized representatives of Messrs. SRBC and Company LLP, statutory auditors, and Messrs. Vinod Kothari and Company, secretarial auditors of the company, are also attending the meeting from Mumbai and Kolkata respectively. The register of directors and key managerial personnel and their shareholding, the register of contracts and arrangements, and the certificate from the statutory auditors in respect of the company's employee stock option schemes as required are available for inspection through electronic mode during the AGM. Members desiring to inspect these documents are requested to send an email to the company secretary at the designated email address provided in the AGM notice. As is customary, I will now present my annual address on the theme ITC Next, Reimagining Businesses for a Redefined Future. Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by expressing our deepest gratitude to all the doctors and healthcare professionals across the country for the extraordinary fortitude displayed in serving humanity during these trying times. It has been immensely reassuring to see society rise as one to lend its shoulders to the endeavors made by the central and state governments to address the colossal challenge. Unprecedented efforts were witnessed as the country rallied together to provide crucial support in augmenting oxygen supplies, ramping up healthcare infrastructure, and extending relief to the vulnerable. The government's endeavors to accelerate vaccination brings optimism for the future. This undoubtedly is most critical to restore normalcy, and collectively, all efforts must be made to increase the pace. The crisis, however, is far from over. The distress caused by the pandemic continues to be of concern for lives and livelihoods as well as for economic growth. Despite near-term uncertainties, the Indian economy holds immense promise. The visionary budget, which announced path-breaking reforms, enhanced capital expenditure, and heightened spends on agriculture, will over time foster competitiveness and spur economic activity. While the disruptions caused by the pandemic initially impacted some segments of our businesses, such as cigarettes, hotels, and education and stationery products, your company pivoted smartly to address the dynamic operating environment with speed, agility, and staged a resilient recovery during the latter part of the year. The FMCG businesses, with its robust portfolio and innovative offerings in food, health, and hygiene products, delivered industry-leading performance. Gross revenue and profit after tax for FY21 stood at rupees 48,000 crores and rupees 13,000 crores respectively. In a way, the pandemic stress-tested and validated the robustness of the strategy reset and structural interventions that your company had embarked upon in recent years to sharpen competitiveness and shape a new future. Your company's resilient performance is a testimony to the untiring efforts of our talented pool of dedicated professionals, associates, and partners who left no stone unturned to bounce back from the crisis despite all adversity. It is with this grit and determination that enabled your company to resume operations in over 180 manufacturing locations and 85% of distribution network within a span of 10 days following the initial lockdown in March 2020. From the workers on the shop floor, to the scientists in our labs, to the salespersons in the market, the sentiment prevailing was that of putting nation first. I'm sure all of you will join me in applauding them. During the second wave, the localized lockdowns and restrictions once again posed challenges. The recovery over the last couple of months is encouraging, though the possibility of subsequent waves creates near-term uncertainties. Your company will constantly monitor and proactively address these dynamic changes with agility. Undoubtedly, the pandemic has reinforced the need to build back better and collectively create a world that is greener, more sustainable, and inclusive. Your company has always championed this purpose and embedded sustainability in core business strategy. Raising the bar further, your company has embarked on Sustainability 2.0, an ambitious and bold agenda to contribute even more meaningfully to a better tomorrow. Before I dwell on some of the strategic aspects of our journey ahead, I'd like to share with you a snapshot of your company's contribution to supporting society during the pandemic. Your company's commitment to contribute to national priorities inspired our efforts in combating the impact of the pandemic on society. As the first wave hit the country, your company set up a COVID contingency fund of rupees 215 crores to support the vulnerable. Essential food and hygiene products were speedily distributed in 25 states and union territories. The severity of the second wave put untold pressure on the availability of oxygen and on medical infrastructure. Your company was amongst the first to initiate the airlifting of 24 cryogenic containers to ease the bottlenecks in transporting oxygen. ITC also sourced more than 1,200 concentrators and 22 oxygen generators to help enhance healthcare infrastructure. Addressing this critical need, your company also helped set up 3 temporary medical facilities with 600 beds in record time in West Bengal, Madhya Pradesh, and Bihar. In addition, ITC's paperboards units in Bhadrachalam stepped in to produce and supply medical oxygen to government hospitals in Telangana. To ensure the well-being of your company's human resources, nearly 100% of eligible employees have been vaccinated with at least 1 dose. We are also extending this assistance to our partners and communities in the ecosystem. The pandemic also reinforced the urgent need for quality healthcare services in rural India. Addressing this crucial requirement, I am happy to announce today that your company is progressively launching an integrated rural healthcare program as part of our social initiatives. The community-based rural healthcare initiative envisaged as a phygital model will provide comprehensive on-site primary and secondary healthcare facilities together with telemedicine services. An unfortunate fallout of the pandemic was the loss of livelihoods. Redoubling our efforts to assist in creating livelihoods and developing community assets, ITC facilitated daily wage earners access MG Narega scheme. This helped generate 55 lakh person days of work in nearly 2,500 villages, including the building of over 5,600 crucial water harvesting structures. Even as these interventions were carried out to help society deal with the crisis, unprecedented transformation took place in the business environment, redefining the future in more ways than one. The pandemic fast-tracked the future into the present in ways unimagined. The Black Swan event accentuated the undercurrents of digital and sustainability as predominant megatrends. The rapid development and rollout of vaccines demonstrated the power of science and technologies to develop and implement new solutions rapidly. The world is redefining a new normal. And the next horizon is ever evolving, shaped by constant breakthroughs in technology, innovation, escalating sustainability crisis, as well as the geopolitical realignments. Increasing digital adoption is also scripting new social ecosystems. How people work, get educated, engage, buy and sell products and services, seek entertainment, form new cohorts and social groups have fundamentally changed. The future will no doubt be an evolving hybrid. As society forges ahead, it is important that technology and the digital revolution also foster inclusive and sustainable growth, else social inequity will only accentuate. An example of bridging this digital divide lies in the innovative way your company enhanced capacity of farmers during the pandemic. Digital training programs were leveraged through customized apps together with the formation of more than 4,800 WhatsApp groups in 5,000 villages, building capacity of 3.8 lakh farmers to achieve the objective of your company's collaborative initiative with Niti Aayog in 27 aspirational districts. Cumulatively, over 25 lakh farmers have been trained so far, raising farmer incomes by nearly 60% for select crops in the Kharif 2020 season. Even as these mega trends define a new tomorrow, the future of the planet is gravely threatened by the twin challenges of climate change and livelihood generation. Never before has the world witnessed such an alarming frequency of extreme weather events. Experts predict that heat waves will become more intense in India, with wheat yields dropping by 50% in some areas by 2050. Reports also suggest that 21 major cities will run out of groundwater by the end of this decade. The enormous task of providing gainful employment to the millions entering the job market has also got aggravated by the pandemic. By 2050, world population will cross 9 billion. Providing food security with finite land and depleting natural resources will be a formidable task. I firmly believe that regenerative agriculture with replenishment of natural resources can help ensure food security, strengthen climate resilience, and create substantial livelihood opportunities. There is also enormous potential to develop the employment-intensive food and wood value chains as well as the tourism sector in India. We are clearly at an inflection point in history today, which calls for a paradigm shift in crafting new economic models that innovatively integrate environmental stewardship and livelihood generation as core outcomes. I believe it is crucially important today to usher in a new era of responsible capitalism. Corporates are indeed uniquely placed to bring about such transformational change in society. Enterprises of tomorrow will not only have to be agile, consumer-centric, innovative, and digital first, but also purpose-driven and responsibly competitive. As the world embraces a new era of responsible capitalism, your company's presence across the three sectors of the economy and our bolder Sustainability 2.0 vision will enable us to make a multidimensional contribution to societal value creation. It is in this background that I now present to you the broad contours of ITC Next, the future horizon of your company that we will continue to pursue to create enduring value for our stakeholders. An extensive strategy reset has been undertaken to architect the structural drivers that will power ITC's next horizon of growth and ensure that the enterprise remains future-oriented, consumer-centric, and nimble. Each of your company's businesses has pivoted to create new frontiers for the future with enhanced competitiveness as well as sharper focus on cost management to strengthen leadership or rapidly attain top positions in case of newer segments. This is reflected in your company's resilient performance last year, despite the disruptions, as well as in the 3 years prior to the pandemic, with EPS growing by 47%, return on segment capital employed also moved up from 61 to 72% in the same period. As a core element of ITC's strategy next, your company will continue to explore opportunities to craft disruptive business models anchored at the intersection of digital and sustainability, the two defining trends in the new normal, leveraging its institutional strength. Let me highlight some of the contours of the ITC Next strategy. At ITC, we recognize that enterprises must possess distinctive digital capabilities to win the future. Your company is therefore pursuing an accelerated journey to build a dynamic future tech enterprise by investing in cutting-edge digital technologies to shape a new paradigm of competitiveness, create innovative business models, and tap newer opportunities. Your company's digital transformation is being built on a foundation of an agile, digital-first culture. New frontiers are being explored across the entire value chain ecosystem to add significant impetus to digital marketing, digital commerce, digital products, and digital operations. A smart ecosystem with an integrated real-time operations platform continues to be deployed across the organization, enabling next-generation supply chains and smart manufacturing with digitally enabled factories. Multi-dimensional digital interventions are being implemented to assure higher order efficiencies, heightened impact, and faster go-to-market. These include Project Astra for smart sourcing, the ITC One supply chain for smart logistics across businesses, Project Manthan for Industry 4.0 implementation in manufacturing, as well as customized apps such as Unnati and Viru to facilitate digital ordering and trade engagement. Today's new age consumers are digital natives with extensive engagement in social and e-commerce platforms. Recognizing the need to engage deeply with consumers, your company established state-of-the-art marketing command centers called Sixth Sense in Bangalore and Kolkata. The center plays a critical role in identifying emerging trends in real time, enabling your company to speedily launch differentiated products as also creatively engage with consumers. As a vibrant content factory, the center has generated more than 2,000 moment marketing ideas, leading to campaigns with over 1 billion impressions. Your company fast-tracked its journey on e-commerce, anticipating the surge in demand for contactless shopping and home delivery. Sales through e-commerce channels have more than doubled during the year. ITC also strengthens its direct-to-consumer platform, ITC eStore, reaching consumers in 11 metros. The ITC eStore, currently comprising 800 products across 45 categories, provides a single platform to showcase the wide array of ITC's products, besides enabling micro-trend spotting and gaining valuable consumer insights. Your company is also progressively introducing more digital-first brand to leverage the growing e-commerce space. During the pandemic, some of your company's premium brands such as Dermafeek and Fiamma were repositioned as digital-first brands, receiving encouraging consumer response. Your company's digital platforms like the Mangaldeep app have also received immense appreciation with over 1 million downloads. During the pandemic, when devotees, especially elders, could not visit temples, Mangaldeep initiated a first of its kind live digital pujas with large participation. In addition, ClassmateShop.com offered mass personalization of notebook covers as a first to market initiative. I firmly believe that your company's young professionals can be a driving force in its digital transformation journey. We have accordingly set up a Young Digital Innovators Forum mentored by a global thought leader for better ideation and adoption of a digital-first culture. This will be guided by a DigiNext Council comprising your company's distributed leadership to mentor, cross-fertilize, and identify opportunities to scale up. I will now turn to some of the strategic interventions taken in different businesses. It has been your company's unwavering focus to build a formidable FMCG business at scale. Your company's high-quality brands have today garnered consumer spends of over 22,000 crores and delight more than 150 million households. This also makes ITC one of the largest incubators of world-class Indian brands. It is indeed satisfying that several of your company's FMCG brands have achieved leadership positions. These trademarks build intellectual capital for India, besides anchoring inclusive rural value chains, retaining and multiplying larger value in the economy in the true spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat. In the journey to the next horizon, several strategic interventions are being executed to achieve sustained competitive and profitable growth. Accordingly, the FMCG portfolio has been revitalized to make it future ready, address emerging trends, and develop categories of the future. Business segments that were incongruent to our growth aspirations, such as the lifestyle retailing business, have been shrunk. While existing growth platforms comprising mega brands will be scaled up and fortified, new platforms, whether developed or acquired, will be nurtured to power growth across horizons. The overarching strategy for new platforms of innovative products is to first validate the concept and business model in select beachheads, then progressively scale up segments, creating new vectors of growth for the future. For example, recognizing the undercurrents of hygiene and naturals, your company acquired Savlon, a brand with latent germ protection equity, and Nimile, a neem-based natural floor cleaner. Since then, Savlon has progressively grown 13x and Nimile by nearly 4x. To address the evolving consumer needs for a wide variety of healthy, tasty, and preservative-free snacks, your company launched a delectable range of frozen snacks under the ITC MasterChef brand, leveraging the cuisine expertise resident in ITC hotels, with availability being extended to over 100 new markets. As consumers exercise increasing preference for trusted brands, your company's purpose-led brands such as Ashirwad and Sunfeast, among others, are well poised to address market opportunities. Ashirwad, for example, a strong center of plate brand, provides a platform for a larger play in staples and also address value-added adjacencies such as organic atta and pulses, gluten-free and sugar release control atta, as well as vermicelli and instant meals. These purposeful brands anchor large categories and have immense headroom to grow given the relatively lower household penetration currently, and particularly with per capita incomes rising in the future. Sustained investments to drive innovation and accessibility will continue to fuel growth and enhance market standing. Innovation has powered the growth of your company's world-class Indian brands, enabling superior consumer delight. Your company's Life Sciences and Technology Center has recently been acknowledged as one of the leading and largest innovation centers in India, with strong presence in nutrition, health and well-being, plant breeding, genetics, microbiology, genomics, and proteomics. ITC LSTC has established futuristic centers of excellence in biosciences, agri-sciences, and materials, amongst others, leading to several innovations and first-to-market products. In recent years, your company has invested in the development of future-ready platforms in areas aligned to market opportunities, enabling agile and purposeful innovation. During the pandemic, these specialized platforms were put to test and demonstrated encouraging results. A case in point is the health and hygiene platform of Savlon that enabled the launch of several first-to-market products. The Savlon portfolio was first expanded with surface and fabric disinfectants, progressing to wipes and masks as mobility increased, and subsequently to moisturizing sanitizer in tandem with emerging consumer needs. Similarly, the foods portfolio was reinforced with the vectors of wellness and immunity manifest in innovative products like the Be Natural immunity juices. LST's platform-based R&D was pivotal in enabling your company to launch 120 products to meet emerging preferences to address many Indias as well as different channel dynamics. Your company's integrated end-to-end distribution platform has been leveraged to widen and deepen the route to market through a robust multi-channel network that also caters to specialized segments, including climate-controlled infrastructure for frozen snacks, B2B channels for food services, as well as e-commerce. Your company continues to scale up market, outlet, and stockist coverage to drive penetration-led growth, effectively service emergent demand, and sharply target rural market. To create structural advantages and drive enhanced competitiveness of your company's FMCG businesses, 5 state-of-art integrated consumer goods manufacturing facilities have been recently set up, taking the total to 9 such mega units. This distributed manufacturing footprint enables economies of scale and scope, optimizes cost, and ensures superior market servicing and freshness. These world-class factories enable higher order operational efficiencies, are being progressively integrated with automated warehouse as well as local agri-value chains to support crop development and procurement, thereby benefiting farmers. With higher levels of capacity utilization, your company will realize the full benefits of these investments and drive enhanced competitiveness of the FMCG businesses over time. As part of the Next Horizon vision, your company is proactively exploring inorganic opportunities. This was manifest in the earlier acquisition of Savlon and Nimile brands, and more recently of Sunrise Foods Private Limited. A clear market leader in Eastern India, Sunrise has a brand legacy of over 70 years. This acquisition will enable ITC to address the growing opportunities in branded spices in under-penetrated markets. Your company will continue to evaluate such value-accretive inorganic opportunities as an additional pillar of growth. Winning organization must remain consumer-centric and nimble even as the portfolio expands over time. A new strategy of organization has been put in place, for example, in the foods business. Empowered and integrated teams have been formed to focus on specific product markets, enabling enhanced consumer centricity and agility whilst providing undiluted attention to each segment. During the last 4 years, FMCG segment EBITDA margins improved considerably by 640 basis points, whilst revenue increased from around rupees 10,500 crores to nearly 15,000 crores. In the year gone by, ITC's FMCG revenue recorded an industry-leading growth of about 16% on a comparable basis. Your company continues to be bullish about the Indian consumer space. Accordingly, sustained investments are being made to build and strengthen ITC's world-class Indian brands, which will derive fresh impetus from the strategic revitalization of the FMCG businesses, as well as the synergies of ITC's institutional strength to realize our aspiration to be India's #1 FMCG company. Your company sustained its leadership position in the cigarette industry by nurturing a portfolio of world-class products anchored on a robust innovation pipeline, superior product development capabilities, world-class manufacturing, and best-in-class execution capabilities. The business was severely impacted by the disruptions last year, though a smart recovery was staged to nearly pre-COVID levels towards the end of the year. With the onset of the second wave, the business was again impacted by localized lockdowns and restrictions. However, the week-on-week improvement in market conditions consequent to easing of restrictions augurs well for a pickup in the recovery momentum. Your company's agri-business is synonymous with the Indian agriculture landscape. Today, the business sources 3 million tons of agri-commodities from more than 20 crop value chain clusters in 22 states. The business also provides a unique source of competitive advantage to ITC Foods with superior sourcing strengths encompassing quality, consistency, traceability, and product safety. Your company's world-class Indian brands also anchor a wide range of agri-value chains benefiting farmers across the country. India's potential in agriculture is immense, given its leadership in production of several crops supported by rich and diverse agroclimatic conditions and established scientific institutions. Experts have assessed that India's agri-exports, which currently accounts for nearly 2.5% of global share, can be doubled over time. To realize this potential, it is critical to strengthen the competitiveness of agri-value chains in areas aligned to global demand and where the country possesses inherent advantages. This calls for a transformation of the agri-ecosystem from the conventional production-centric supply chains to demand-responsive value chains anchored by market players. Agri-exports constitute 56% of your company's aggregate forex earnings of USD 7.3 billion over the last 10 years, effectively linking small farmers to international markets, contributing to the rural economy and the government's endeavor to double farmer incomes. Your company's agribusiness has recently embarked on its next phase of transformation, anchored on next generation agriculture and accelerated value addition to build yet another pillar of growth. Accordingly, a new vertical has been created in the business. The objective is to foster demand-responsive value chains, promote climate-smart agriculture, and digitally empower farmers. Your company is working with farmers to develop robust models for value-added segments such as food-safe IPM spices, organic mango pulp traceable to farms, specialty coffee certified for fair trade, end-use specific wheat flours, and so on. The customized crop development program with farmers in Madhya Pradesh aimed at deepening expertise in medicinal and aromatic plants has also been expanded. Many of these models have been validated and will be scaled up over time. Going forward, your company proposes to foster inclusive agri-value chains through nearly 4,000 FPOs benefiting around 10 million farmers across multiple crop clusters. To bring the power of cutting-edge digital technologies and unlock the potential of India's small farmers, I am happy to announce that your company will launch a super app during the year called ITC Mars, or Meta Market for Advanced Agriculture and Rural Services. ITC Mars will lend new wings to ITC eChopal and create a robust phygital ecosystem to deliver seamless customized solutions to farmers anchored by FPOs whilst creating new revenue streams, strengthening sourcing efficiencies, and powering your company's world-class Indian brands. Leveraging cutting-edge technologies, ITC Mars will offer a full complement of agriculture solutions, while its microservices structure will enable plug-in by a range of agtech solutions. This comprehensive suite encompasses hyperlocal services, AI-based personalized advisories, as well as online marketplaces. Some pilots at scale on an integrated chili value chain initiated in Andhra Pradesh have validated the concept and benefited farmers with an additional income of 26% in the ongoing season. Leveraging the institutional capabilities of its leaf tobacco business, as well as the century-old farmer linkages, the company has set up a subsidiary, ITC Indivision Limited, to manufacture and export nicotine and nicotine derivative products for the US and EU markets. The objective is to manufacture the purest nicotine conforming to the stringent US and EU pharmacopoeia standards. This initiative will leverage ITC's strengths in sustainable sourcing, traceability, and custody of its supply chain. Your company's paperboard, paper, and packaging business is a market leader and has made significant progress with recent strategic investments in areas such as pulp import substitution, proactive capacity addition in value-added paperboards, as well as in extensive use of Industry 4.0 to drive a new paradigm of quality and efficiency. The paperboards business derives unique competitive strengths from its integrated business model that encompasses a secure and renewable fiber chain, as well as one-stop packaging solution provider. Your company has spearheaded an afforestation program which has greened over 875,000 acres, supporting 160 million person days of employment, besides enabling large-scale import substitution. Moving to the next horizon, the business is pioneering a planet-friendly initiative through innovative fiber-based solutions, including molded fiber technologies for specialized packaging, leveraging its existing proprietary R&D platforms and global collaborations. The business has launched a sustainable packaging portfolio comprising recyclable paperboards under the Philo and Omega series to substitute single-use plastics. This segment offers immense opportunities, with global biodegradable packaging market estimated to grow to nearly US $121 billion by 2025. Your company has over the years built a footprint of iconic hospitality properties, which are globally acknowledged for service excellence and superior cuisine offerings. While the hotels business was the most impacted by the pandemic, this period also gave us the opportunity to reimagine the business model and emerge stronger. Structural interventions were put in place to enable new revenue streams together with aggressive cost management, both at the strategic and tactical level. Innovative offerings such as the gourmet couch, at-home fine dining experiences have gained popularity, while other unique out-of-home cuisine services are being piloted. These initiatives will further enhance your company's service excellence and operational efficiencies. The business raised the bar on safety by swiftly re-engineering operating protocols with a contactless service design to reassure guests of best-in-class safety and hygiene standards. An industry-defining program titled Reassure, designed with medical professionals and disinfectant experts, was accorded a first-of-its-kind global platinum-level certification by DNV. The ITC Next Horizon for the hotels business is premised on pursuing an asset-right strategy while simultaneously leveraging ITC's world-class properties to drive growth. Accordingly, the Welcome Hotel brand has been refreshed, receiving encouraging interest from property owners, while a new boutique brand, Christian the Story, is being introduced to offer the new age traveler curated nature experiences. The business is well poised to leverage the emerging opportunities as mobility increases in the future. In the medium term, the asset right strategy is expected to double the number of properties in your company's hotels business. As stated earlier, your company will continue to examine alternate structures in this segment in line with industry recovery dynamics and opportunities for value creation. Your company's wholly owned subsidiary, ITC Infotech, has delivered impressive performance in recent years on the back of structural changes and a new leadership team that is sharply focused on chosen domains of growth. Robust revenue growth and best-in-class operating margins have led to the doubling of net profits in FY21. Leveraging its expertise in digital technologies and automation, the company has positioned itself as an effective technology partner, delivering superior business-friendly solutions. As the world increasingly leverages digital as a core strategy, ITC Infotech is well positioned to seize the emerging opportunities as well as provide ITC with cutting-edge solutions. The pandemic has brought to the fore the critical need to address sustainability challenges as we collectively resolve to build back better. While India has made commendable progress in its commitments for the nationally determined contributions, collective efforts can lead to even more significant outcomes. Your company's multi-dimensional initiatives are geared to address several of the nation's sustainability imperatives through a bold and ambitious Sustainability 2.0 vision that aims to build back better, effectively manage climate risks, and further strengthen our superior ESG performance. Sustainability 2.0 calls for inclusive strategy that can support livelihoods, pursue newer pathways to fight climate change, and enable transition to a net zero economy to create an effective circular economy for post-consumer packaging waste. I'm sure as valued shareholders, you will draw immense pride from the fact that your company is the only enterprise in the world to have achieved the distinction of being water positive, carbon positive, and solid waste recycling positive for over a decade. Despite a growing manufacturing footprint, over 41% of the company's total energy consumption is from renewable sources. As many as 33 green buildings have received platinum certification, which also includes several iconic luxury properties and the world's first certified data center. ITC Windsor in Bengaluru recently became the first luxury hotel in the world to achieve a LEED Zero carbon certification. As part of Sustainability 2.0 vision and to contribute to the global fight against climate change, your company will, by 2030, enhance the renewable energy usage to 50%, meet 100% of electricity requirements from renewable sources, significantly reduce GHG intensity, and enhance sequestration. Your company draws immense encouragement from the transformation achieved through its social investments program. ITC's businesses support over 6 million sustainable livelihoods. Addressing the critical problem of water stress, ITC has spearheaded an extensive watershed development program covering over 1.2 million acres. A focused initiative for demand-side management has led to water savings of 25 to 40% in 7 crops, contributing meaningfully to the Honorable Prime Minister's vision in promoting more crop per drop. Your company's Sustainability 2.0 agenda will strive to create rainwater harvesting potential equivalent to over 5 times the net water consumption and bring in substantial demand-side efficiency by 2030. It is a matter of immense pride that your company's paperboard unit in Kauai is the first paper mill in the world to achieve the highest platinum rating under the Alliance for Water Stewardship standards. ITC intends to certify all sites in high-stressed areas according to the stringent international standards by 2035. Several other initiatives encompassing biodiversity, sustainable agriculture, women empowerment, women and childcare, vocational training, and primary education have been expanded, yielding encouraging results. To amplify impact, more than 83 public-private partnerships have been established in areas like water stewardship, sustainable agriculture, and solid waste management. The Climate Smart Agriculture Initiative, aimed at building climate resilience of farmers, has covered over 2.5 lakh farmers across 8,000 villages. A pilot at scale has reduced GHG emissions of select crops by 47%, whilst enhancing returns to farmers between 41 to 87%. The Climate Smart Agriculture Initiative will be progressively extended to cover 3 million acres by 2030. Your company is committed to reviving and sustaining ecosystem services through adoption of nature-based solutions and biodiversity conservation, covering over 250,000 acres by 2030. This overarching aspiration of Sustainability 2.0 is to support livelihood for 10 million people. Your company has implemented industry-leading efforts in promoting a circular economy. The Well-Being Out of Waste program, an end-to-end waste management initiative, currently reaches out to over 1.5 crore citizens, supporting livelihoods for nearly 7,000 waste collectors. The Green Temple initiative for conversion of waste to biogas for kitchens and compost for gardens covers nearly 190 temples and is being expanded. The WOW program will be scaled up over time, whilst innovations are being pursued to reduce plastic intensity on packaging. Your company aims to be plastic neutral this year and envisages that 100% of its packaging will be reusable, recyclable, or compostable by 2028. Ladies and gentlemen, your company looks to the future with optimism by drawing enormous strengths from the strategy reset, as also the lessons learned in the past few months. Lessons of confronting challenges in uncertain terrains, of pursuing innovations with limited resources, of seeking new avenues to keep operations running in constrained circumstances, of forging new collaborations in trying times, and bouncing back with agility. These experiences will be invaluable as we move purposefully in our journey to shape a stronger and exemplary institution of national pride. I'd like to once again, on behalf of the board and on my own, express our deepest appreciation for Team ITC and our partners for their tremendous efforts in braving the new normal amidst every adversity. ITC is humbled by the opportunity to contribute meaningfully to national development in multidimensional ways. In this quest, your company's credo of nation first, sab saath bade continues to be a powerful force of inspiration and a guiding beacon. As I conclude, I would like to once again thank you, our valued shareholders, on behalf of the board for your continued support and goodwill. Let me take this opportunity to wish you and your families the very best for a safer and healthier tomorrow. I would also urge you to continue following all precautions, be it proper usage of masks, safe distancing, or other hygiene protocols. These are the steps that we can and must take to contribute to this fight against the pandemic. Stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let us now proceed with the business before this meeting. The notice dated 1st June 2021 convening this annual general meeting with the report and accounts for the financial year ended 31st March 2021 have been sent in conformity with the applicable regulatory requirements through electronic mode to those members who have registered their email addresses with the company or with the depositories. With your permission, I shall take these as read. I will now cover the agenda items under ordinary business. The first item on the agenda is to adopt the standalone and consolidated financial statements of your company for the year ended 31st March 2021, the report of the Board of Directors and the auditor's report. Item number 2 relates to the confirmation of interim dividend of rupees 5 and declaration of final dividend of rupees 5 and 75 paisa per ordinary share for the financial year ended 31st March 2021. I would like to point out that with this, the total dividend for the financial year under reference would be rupees 10 and 75 paisa per ordinary share. Item number 3 is on the re-election of Mr. Hemant Bhargava, who retires by rotation and is eligible for re-election. Item number 4 is on re-election of Mr. Sumant Bhargavan, who retires by rotation and is eligible for re-election.
Chairman sir, this is the operator here. Request you to kindly unmute the audio and go ahead, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. So, when did this stop?
Just now, sir. You may continue from the beginning of the sentence.
Okay. So I will repeat. Item number 5 relates to approval of remuneration of rupees 340 lakhs to Messrs. SRBC and Company LLP, Chartered Accountants, as the auditors of your company for the financial year 2021. I will now cover the agenda items under special business. Item number 6 is on appointment of Mr. Shri as an independent director of your company for a period of 5 years from the date of this meeting. Item number 7 is on the reappointment of Mr. Sumant Bhargavan as a whole-time director of your company for a period of 3 years from 12th July 2022 on the remuneration as set out in the explanatory statement annexed to the notice of this meeting.
So this is the operator here. Your audio is muted again. Sorry to interrupt.
1 minute. Okay. The next item, I'm going to repeat this. The next item is on ratification of remuneration of rupees 4,50,000 to Messrs. ABK and Associates, cost auditors for the financial year 2021. The last item on the agenda is ratification of remuneration 5,75,000 to Messrs. S. Mahadevan and Company, cost auditors for the financial year 2021. The objectives and implications of the resolutions as required have been set out in the explanatory statement annexed to the notice of this meeting. We will now listen to the speaker members in the order of their sequence. I would advise speaker members to please state their respective name and location from which they are attending the meeting. In the interest of time, and in order to ensure that all the speakers get an opportunity to raise queries and seek clarification, I would request the members to keep their questions brief and specific relating to the agenda before this meeting, and also restrict their observations or queries to a maximum of 2 minutes. Members should refrain from repeating questions or observations already made by fellow members. May I draw your attention that I, as chairman, reserve the right to limit the number of questions and number of speakers depending upon availability of time for smooth conduct of this meeting. Further, I would request that the page number of the report and that the page number of the report and accounts is mentioned while asking questions or seeking clarifications. I will provide answers to the questions or clarifications at the end. May I now request the first speaker to speak. I'll request the moderator to please proceed with this.
Thank you so much, sir. We will now begin the question and answer session. Request everyone to please be connected while the question queue assembles. We invite the first speaker shareholder, Mr. Atul Chaturvedi. So you may please proceed with your question.
Thank you. Respected Chairman and Managing Director, Mr. Sanjeev Puri, Mr. Rajiv Tandon, Mr. B. Sumant, Mr. Mukul Anand, and other directors. Good morning to you all. My name is Atul Chaturvedi, and I'm a shareholder of the company. Sir, this worldwide pandemic has resulted in grave humanitarian crisis and unprecedented levels, resulting in death of millions of people. In such a challenging situation, it's no easy task to keep such a big production facility of the company with thousands of employees running. My hats off and deepest respect to the production team of ITC to have ensured continuous supply of essential goods and services to the people of the nation. We all keep on looking at the sales figures and forget the people who produced the goods and made it happen. Sir, despite the bad economic situation, we have witnessed another year of good results. This say, when going gets tough, the tough get going. ITC has shown its managerial mettle by weathering the storm in these testing times by constantly introducing number of innovative products for the market, helping the people to cope with the pandemic. Its Savlon brand grew almost tenfold to rupees 1,000 crores by utilizing the personal care production facility to produce sanitizers and hygiene products. The Savlon masks are one of the best in the market where cheap and dependable products are flooding the market. Its surface disinfectant spray was one of the most reliable and sought after product in the market. The vegetable wash liquid again was a very innovative idea. Despite the extremely challenging operating environment, ITC has retained its leadership position in the industry and improved its standing in key competitive markets across the country. The profit after tax of ITC is over 13,000 crores and the gross sales value of the company is about 75,000 crores, which is almost pre-COVID levels and is no mean achievement. And a very important aspect is that more than 50% of the turnover of the company is from the other tobacco products. From other
Sorry to
than
interrupt, sir.
tobacco products.
This is
Yeah,
the operator here. You've completed your 2
yeah,
minutes, sir.
yeah. Just give me a few moments. Just give me a moment. Today we are among the top three in various businesses we are in. The other FMCG business today are also beginning to show profit margins, which is better than from the other competitors. Not only ITC is creating wealth for its shareholders, but it is contributing handsomely to the national exchequer. The company is among the top three contributors to national exchequer from private sector. This year, the company has contributed more than 25,000 crores to the government in taxes, which will go into nation building. Sir, today the company, instead of tobacco business, is known more for popular for FMCG products like Ashirwad Atta, Sunfeast Biscuits and Foods, ITC Luxury Hotels, Fiamma and Bevel care products, classmate stationery products, and now, of course, Savlon health and hygiene products. The company under your guidance will push on digitalization and innovation is making good progress. Your wavering focus on nurturing a portfolio of world-class products, superior consumer insight, and strategy of continuous innovation will help the company to sustain its leadership position in the industry. ITC's virtual e-commerce store, itcstore.in, is also quite a hit with the consumers, with wide range of categories of products, actually over 800 varieties. Sir, ITC is one of the most professionally managed companies. The prestigious National Award for Excellence in Corporate Governance from the Institute of Company Secretaries of India awarded to the company is a glowing testimony to strong corporate governance processes prevalent in the company. My congratulations to the Company Secretary, Mr. Rajendra Kumar Singhi, and Secretarial Department for this wonderful recognition. Sir, in this context, to call a Prime Minister to make in India is a matter of great pride that ITC is making world-class products available to us in the market without resulting in any kind of foreign exchange royalty outflow from the country. When we buy products from companies like Hindustan Lever, Colgate, Nestle, etc., a large chunk of the profits go out of the country in the form of precious foreign exchange. Not so in the case of ITC. We should be Indian, buy Indian, and use only world-class products made in India, like the ones made by ITC. It is a source of great satisfaction and pride to read in the annual report all the humanitarian work the company has been doing to provide relief to lakhs of COVID workers, COVID patients, and general public in the country. So thank you for your handsome and all-time dividend of 10.75% per share. Wish you and your professional team all the best to take ITC to greater heights. Please take care and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Manoj Kumar Gupta. So you may please go ahead.
Hello, sir. Good morning. Can you hear me, sir? Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you. You may please
Good
go
morning,
ahead.
Good morning.
respected Chairman, Board of Directors, fellow shareholders. My name is Manoj Gupta. I'm equity shareholder of ITC Limited. Sir, first of all, I thanks to you and your team for the very excellent result in this epidemic COVID time. And I'm very thanks to the company secretary and his team that who has helped us to join this meeting through VC. Sir, I am totally happy with your slogan that nation first, sab saath bade. Sir, I have 2 or 3 points. I will not say about CSR, Savlon brand and anything. When you will be in position to list the ITC Infotech in the stock market? And what's your plan to revive the hotel and travel business? Because this business has hit the COVID, hotel, travel and tourism business. So what's your plan about the hotel business, sir? Why are you not offering some offer 50% discount in the hotels to the local visitor in the domestic visitors in the weekend and offer to grow the revenue? And sir, what's your future outlook for next 2 to 3 years in the FMCG business? And spend 40 to 50% money on sports under the CSR, or start a ITC Sports Academy to encourage the young generation to come in the sports. So you can do that in the CSR. And I'm very happy and congratulate you and your team to Mr. Sumanto, Mr. Tandon, and Mr. Singhi to acquire the brand of spices brand of Sunrise, and you should launch innovate some or more spices in this brand Sunrise, like at pav bhaji, chana masala and others, that people can purchase that. And I thanks to you and your team for excellent dividend in this epidemic COVID. And I, sir, nothing to say more, but I support your all the resolutions and take the ITC on new heights. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Ashalata Maheshwari. You may please go ahead with your question.
श्रीमान चेयरमैन साहब और मेरे सभी डायरेक्टर भाई, आप सबको मेरा सादर नमस्कार। मेरा नाम आशा लता माहेश्वरी, मैं चेयरमैन साहब बम्बई से ही बोल रही हूँ। चेयरमैन साहब, मैं पिछले साल आई थी और मैं बहुत इस मीटिंग से इम्प्रेस हुई थी, और तब से मैं बोल रही थी कि कब आईटीसी की मीटिंग आए और मैं आईटीसी की मीटिंग अटेंड करूँ। आज मुझे सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ इस मीटिंग को अटेंड करने का। बहुत दिनों से मेरे को सोच रही थी आईटीसी की मीटिंग आएगी। चेयरमैन साहब, आपके लिए सबसे पहले कहूँगी, सूरज के बिना सुबह नहीं होती, चांद के बिना रात नहीं होती, बादल के बिना बरसात नहीं होती। चेयरमैन साहब, आपके आए बिना ये मीटिंग में रौनक नहीं आती। और हमने बैलेंस शीट पढ़ी, मैं तो पढ़ते ही दंग रह गई, क्योंकि बैलेंस शीट तो बहुत मैंने देखी है, पर ऐसी बैलेंस शीट मैंने कहीं नहीं देखी। पता नहीं था कि आईटीसी इतने प्रोडक्ट बनाती है। आपने कोई भी प्रोडक्ट छोड़ा ही नहीं। आपका यही सिलसिला रहा तो आप अच्छों को पीछे छोड़ देंगे और आप जल्दी ही एफएमसीजी के बादशाह कहलाएंगे। चेयरमैन साहब, आपकी इस कामयाबी पे हमको नाज है। चेयरमैन साहब, आपकी इस कामयाबी पे हमको नाज है। इस बात का मैं आपको बधाई देती हूँ कि आपके सिर पर वक्त का ताज है। पैंडेमिक के बुरे समय में भी परफॉर्मेंस बहुत अच्छे रहे। 6 महीने तो होटल लॉकडाउन था, इसके बावजूद आपका मुनाफा पिछले साल जैसा ही रहा। अगर लॉकडाउन नहीं होता तो मुनाफा तो बहुत ज़्यादा ऊपर जाता। ये सब आपकी लीडरशिप की वजह से है चेयरमैन साहब, और मैं अपने आप को बहुत लकी समझती हूँ कि मैं आईटीसी की शेयर होल्डर हूँ। मुझे उम्मीद है कि आईटीसी अगले साल डबल प्रॉफिट दिखाएगा और आईटीसी कंपनी ऑफ द ईयर कहलाएगी। चेयरमैन साहब, आपकी लीडरशिप की वजह से ही सब हो रहा है, और डिविडेंड भी आपने इस साल का हाईएस्ट दिया है। मैं बहुत धन्यवाद देती हूँ चेयरमैन साहब। और वातावरण के लिए आपने कई कदम उठाए हैं चेयरमैन साहब, उठाए हैं। किसानों के लिए, बुजुर्गों के लिए, बच्चों के लिए, औरतों के लिए जो काम कर रहे हैं काबिले तारीफ है। बहुत पुण्य का काम आप कर रहे हैं। मैं दिल से दुआ करती हूँ हर ख्वाहिश पूरी हो, हर दुआ कबूल हो, आपके चांद जैसे चेहरे पर हमेशा मुस्कान हो चेयरमैन साहब। चेयरमैन साहब, मैं आपको बोनस तो आपसे नहीं मांगूंगी, क्योंकि आपने इतना अच्छा डिविडेंड दिया है कि बोनस मांगने के लिए मुंह ही बंद हो गया। आप तो डिविडेंड बहुत अच्छा आपने दे रहे हैं। और चेयरमैन साहब, मेरी एक यहाँ रिक्वेस्ट है कि देखिए, आप तो होटल तो बहुत बनाए हैं और बनते भी जाएंगे, तो यहाँ एक रिक्वेस्ट है कि जब जो शेयर होल्डर जाना चाहे अपने होटल में, तो उनको कुछ डिस्काउंट दीजिए आप। इससे चेयरमैन साहब, इससे और क्या होगा कि सेल और ज्यादा बढ़ेगी। सच बताएं चेयरमैन साहब, मैंने जब आप चेयरमैन स्टेटमेंट पढ़ रहे थे चेयरमैन साहब, आप बहुत स्मार्ट लग रहे थे उस वक्त।
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. You've completed your 2 minutes, ma'am.
यहाँ तक कि आपके आगे आसमान में पूरा चांद भी आधा लगता है। आपकी मेहनत और लीडरशिप की वजह से आईटीसी को बहुत अवार्ड मिले हैं। हमें गर्व है कि आपको भी मोस्ट वैल्यूएबल सीईओ का अवार्ड मिला है। मैं कहाँ तक आपके बखान करूं, बहुत ही सब कुछ अच्छा है। आपकी टीम को मैं सैल्यूट देती हूँ, जिन्होंने आपके साथ मिलकर ये सब काम किए। और चेयरमैन साहब, हम सब हर साल लगता है आते रहे और आपकी हिम्मत बढ़ाते रहे और आपको आशीर्वाद भी देते रहे। इतना अच्छा काम आपने किया चेयरमैन साहब। और लास्ट में चेयरमैन साहब, मैं यूं ही आपके लिए कहूंगी, चेयरमैन साहब आपके लिए कहूंगी, यूं ही हासिल करो आप सफलता, एक दिन आप इतिहास रचाओगे, पार करो हर बाधा को, सारे जग में आप छा जाओगे। चेयरमैन साहब यही कहूंगी। और आगे ये कहूंगी कि आपके लिए चेयरमैन साहब, सबके लिए गणेश जी की बुद्धि हो और हनुमान जी की शक्ति हो, भगवान दोनों आपके हमेशा साथ रहे और हमारे अच्छे से अच्छा काम ज़्यादा बढ़ाते रहें आप। और चेयरमैन साहब, आपके साथ गुड विशेष देते हुए मैं लास्ट में कहूंगी चेयरमैन साहब, बस हम भी आपके साथ रहें और हर साल भगवान करे कि मैं आती रहूं और आपको खूब दुआएं देती रहूं। और चेयरमैन साहब, लास्ट में मैं कहूंगी, चेयरमैन साहब आप देख नहीं रहे मेरी तरफ। चेयरमैन साहब, हाँ चेयरमैन साहब, अब लास्ट में मैं कहूंगी जय हो, चेयरमैन साहब की जय हो। और सभी रेजोल्यूशन में मैं फुल सपोर्ट देते हुए धन्यवाद देती हूँ।
Thank you. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Shekhar Kumar Jain. So you may please go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Dear fellow shareholders, on the new normal, on this video of the 110th annual general meeting of ITC Limited, dear Chairman and our Managing Director, Sir Mr. Sanjeev Puri, distinguished Board of Directors and persons of senior management. Good morning to all of you. I'm Shekhar Jain. I'm a shareholder of the company and I'm an investment banking professional and also a wealth management advisor. First of all, my congratulations to the chairman, sir, Mr. Sanjeev Puri. Great regards for you, sir. Really admire your commitment to people, to the strong ethics and hard work, and especially, steering this company during this challenging times of COVID-19. I think we've done splendidly well during these times, and special kudos to you and your team for having done the impossible. Taking care of the company during these hard times, I must have taken a toll on everybody from the senior management side. Wishing you all the best for your future endeavors also. We did a healthy turnover of 75,000 crores with a PAT of 13,000 crores. I'm very happy. And the annual general report, the annual report, the ITC logo was a colorful one instead of the blue one that we normally see. And I think the significance of that colorful logo can be kind of reflected through the turnover that we see in our organization, which is now 60% non-tobacco. So the diversity of the company is well reflected in the colorful logo that you have presented this year in our annual report, from the businesses from food to hotels to paper to FMCG, so many others. We can safely say that we are really a diversified conglomerate and not depending upon one sector for our revenue anymore, which speaks very highly about this company. And I understand that during these times when we are growing our portfolio, the company has been investing and has been spending a lot to grow these portfolios. I also read in the newspapers recent past that ITC's Life Sciences and Technology Center employs almost 350 highly qualified scientists, and that they have topped the list of private companies that have filed patents in the country during 2015 and 2020. We filed 900 patents. I think that speaks very highly about the company. We are kind of shifting away from being a regular FMCG player to somebody who really believes in research, who really believes in development, and who has really got its eye into the future.
Sorry
It's
to
like any
interrupt,
other
sir.
business.
You've completed your 2
Yeah.
minutes.
I'll just continue for a moment. Just wanted to kind of highlight that people are really worried. As an investment analyst, I often get calls from my clients who ask me about the performance of the ITC shares. I always tell them one thing. I'm not a short-term player. I have always believed in long-term philosophy while investing. This is how the wealth management policy should work. And I have seen similar kind of trend play out with Reliance Industries between 2011 and 2015 when the prices did not move up. Same time, people used to call me for Reliance and ask my opinion, and I used to tell them hold and wait. It will come back. I saw the same thing with Infosys for quite a long time, and even with FMCG players like HLL, Colgate, Tata Consumers, the prices did not move for 5 to 10 years. With a long-term investment policy philosophy, what you do is you hold on during these tough times. In fact, you add on more to whatever you already hold, because the philosophy is very simple. You buy cheap and sell expensive. So I think these are the best times for people to go and buy ITC shares, hold on to ITC shares. It's just a matter of time before it rebounds again. And yes, thank you so much for the 5% dividend yield that we are getting on your shares this year. Wishing everybody all the best for the future. I'm sure we'll continue to do well in future also. Thank you so much.
May I
Thank you.
request all the speakers to please complete their queries within 2 minutes, because we need to give opportunity for everybody, and in the interest of managing the time and providing for time to respond to all queries. So kindly keep it to 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. We now speaker hostel. May please go ahead.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Please go ahead.
Yeah, good morning.
Ma'am, we hear you. You may please go ahead.
Respected sir, Mr. Sanjeev Puri, Chairman and Managing Director, and Mr. Nakul Anand and other directors on the board, Mr. Datta, the CFO, and Mr. R.K. Singhi, the Executive Vice President and Company Secretary. I am very much thankful to him and to the entire department office for giving me this opportunity to go ABC. We have done quite a good help in solving many of the financial queries pertaining to the annual report. I also thank Mr. Karan Saigal and Param Patel of the Bombay people who have helped me to connect and solve my queries. very, very people even at Bombay region. I'm very proud of this company, and definitely the share department, the secretarial department is shareholder friendly. It speaks volumes of this for this company. I'm very proud of it. Anyway, so uh, I would like to congratulate the company for the excellent first quarter results. Results are excellent. The revenue has increased by 36%. EBITDA has increased by 50%. PAT has also increased by 29%. Net profit is almost around 3,343 crores, 30% increase. Congratulate the company for the launch of e-shop. And now, sir, your speech was excellent, quite meaningful and very informative. Launch ITC Mars. It will be definitely very helpful even to the people at large, and link all the farmers with the internet access, elementary, the middleman, the supply chain, giving 6,500 status to the farmers. So,
We are unable to hear you clearly, ma'am.
you are unable to hear me? Now is it okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello?
It is better, ma'am. You may continue. We'll just check that. You may continue, ma'am.
Yeah, that's availability of the products, especially in the FMCG company. What is the visibility? Because what is visible is sold. जो दिखता है वो बिकता है. Customer does not wait even a minute to shift to another brand if ITC brand is not visible. In an FMCG company, we have to be at the topmost. It is essential that the supply chain should be continuous. Even it should be under control. Are very much available at every nook and corner of the place. So I pray that the company holds a very important position, and ITC reaches at the topmost level. I have too much faith and confidence in to the various awards that the company has won, Guinness Record, Gold Award, and various awards. I congratulate the company for the same. So, please,
I'm
there's
sorry to interrupt,
one
operator.
diversified conglomerate. Just 2 minutes, please. Just 2 minutes, please. So, what was the result of the competition of winding up LDPL joint venture by NCLT? Company holding was 27.9%. Already we have incurred a net loss of 40 crores. If you can throw some light on it. So, any plans for the merger of the company? We are having so many segments: hotels, FMCG, infotech, paper, atta, various products. Any plans that the management is planning for the merge? If it is, please let us know. And only I was wondering, when the company is so much of excellence and you're giving us 10 notice 75% dividend on this 110 AGM, yet price is only 214 and does not increase. I have little loss in the company and wish that the share price also increases. Any plans for bonus? Please let me know. So since quite a long time we are waiting for bonus. Anyway, Mr. Puri, one more very important point here I would bring to your notice is that so Mr. Aditya Puri, who took HDFC to great heights. I'm sure.
Ma'am, you needed 4 minutes.
Yeah, 1 minute, just to say last sentence. Our Aditya Puri has taken HDFC to great heights. Our Sanjeev Puri will take ITC to a very, very great height. I wish I have full confidence in your ability. I have full confidence on the board. Reach very good heights. Thank you very much, and also once again, thank you for its valuable contribution. Thank you very much. All the very best to all the employees.
Whilst I appreciate and
Thank
thank all the speakers for their suggestions, but I'll once again have to emphasize that I'll have to request you to please adhere to the time, because otherwise we will not have sufficient time for providing opportunity to everybody. So please make your comments brief and to the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Sarbananda Katani. You may please go ahead.
Hello. Hello. हाँ नमस्ते. नमस्कार. First of all, I'm a very old shareholder. 30 साल से shareholder हूँ और मतलब ITC का तो सारी सिनेमा अटेंड करता था सर. और पहले YCD के साथ भी 25 साल. My family is for 70 years sir. बोलने का आप लोग 2 मिनट का लिमिट लियो. इसमें मैं एक सजेशन दूंगा सर. A very valid suggestion. Kindly don't allow anyone online. सबका वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग करिए जैसे रिलायंस इंडस्ट्री करता है, so that you also don't have to interrupt the speaker sir. I request you chairman. You are a very big boss. You are a very big sword. और मैं YCD से उसके चैम्बर में मिला हूँ और आपके साथ भी मेरा टाइमिंग है, but because of the pandemic I am unable to meet you. Kindly वीडियो लीजिए तो मॉडरेटर का भी अपने को जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगा. एक के बाद एक वीडियो चलाइए. 2 मिनट में क्या होता है, दुनिया का कुछ घास भी नहीं उखड़ता है सर कहीं पे. बट एनीवे चेयरमैन सर, मेरे को 2-3 वर्ड ही बोलना है. बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है आपका आटा वगैरह, बहुत अच्छे जो हम लोग घर में यूज करते हैं. और आप YCD के शूज में बहुत अच्छी तरह गए हो सर. यू मतलब कंपनी सेक्रेटरी की तो तारीफ करूंगा ही. और राजेश पोद्दार जी को एक स्पेशल थैंक्स, उन्होंने मेरे को पर्सनली फोन किया. थैंक यू राजेश पोद्दार जी. सिंघी जी का तो नहीं आया. एंड चेयरमैन सर, आपसे मिलने की गुजारिश रखता हूँ. अभी पैंडेमिक में नहीं है, बट आई रिक्वेस्ट यू टू काइंडली स्टार्ट द वीडियोस ओनली. 2 मिनट वीडियो जो 2 मिनट 1 सेकंड का रहेगा उसको अलाउ ही मत करिए. बार बार इस बात को सुन के हम लोग भी पक जाता है सर. थैंक यू वेरी मच सर.
Thank you. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Celestine Mascarenhas. You may please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
we can, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Chairman
Please go ahead.
sir, MD Sanjeev Puri and all the board of directors. My name is Mrs. C. Mascarenhas. I am speaking from Mumbai. First, I thank the company secretary, Mr. Rajendra Kumar Singh, and his team, Mr. Kaitan Modi, for sending me e-annual report and plus registering me as a speaker. Thank you so much. Now I come straight way to the workings. Revenue is less, PBT PAT was less, COVID, thanks to COVID, but dividend is good. 11.5 75 interim and 5 is final is really the board way of for rewarding us. Thank you, the board. But the market cap is not going up. It should have been. Now even the cats and dogs are going, and ITC, which is a gold mine with so much assets and so many products. If I go to speak, I don't know how long it will, and you'll stop me. That much I know. But I go to the point. I am very happy with all the products. I'm happy with the hotels. But what I want here, I'm looking. We need somebody very strong salesperson. Like many of the companies, I can even name openly, like Tata Chemical, Tata Consumer, which is in consumer, same comparison, apple to apple. They brought one Mr. Sunil, and now the company is going wavered up. So same thing I can tell you about Godrej Consumer. They picked up that Shriphat, and that is also started moving. And I want good market capitalization, because where the companies don't have any assets, they are also going up, and we are such asset. Otherwise, we should become asset light. I feel we should become asset light, where we are not getting that much margins, where we are not competent. Of course, not the farmers. Farmers, please take care, because they are our bread and butter, and they are most important to the economy, as our economy is made of 75% of the farmers. So definitely farmers, whatever you do, I congratulate. My hats
Sorry
up
to
to
interrupt,
you.
ma'am. You've completed your 2 minutes.
Yeah, now CSR work is excellent, and I congratulate for the awards. I wish to see a company rewarding by way of market we will become the market leader and a darling of the market. I only look out for that. With this, thank you very much and wish you all the best and long life.
We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Ashit Kumar Pathak. Sir, you may please
I'm
go
audible.
ahead.
Am I
Yes, you
audible,
are.
ma'am?
Yes, sir, you are.
Very good morning, respected chairman and everybody presented at 110 AGM. My name is Ashit Kumar Pathak. I have some brief question which I like to share. Security FMCG business impacted with various factors, increasing sales, whose proposal against smoke due to pandemic. When FMCG is most contributor, cigarette FMCG is most contributor in revenue and profit. Also, alternatively, my company has set up facility to export nicotine and nicotine derivative product exports, complying with the stringent US and EU pharmacopoeia standard with subsidiary ITC Indivision Limited, investing 50 crore. Throw some highlight about future perspectives in this business. Also, FMCG is a good domestic with international business. Next CAPEX program for 3 years, where the last financial year revenue and liquidity risks very impacted. Coming to the hotel, 107 hotel properties and 70 location, and so the strategy asset right strategy is based prospective in future. My suggestion is if non-operating hotel property is converted to multi-speciality hospital, so that first meeting after new cabinet, okay, 23,120 crore in COVID infra, and government has big push in health infra also. And nextly, Mr. Manoj Gupta also mentioned about unlock the value of ITC Infotech. My question is also same. And strategy and prospective performance of WICO, where the share capital was gone for reduction. Present status of Logix Developers Private Limited, page 93, and arbitration with joint venture, net loss 48.20 crores with arbitration with Noida. Please throw some highlight as present status, and present status of 100% acquisition of equity share of Sunrise Food Private Limited, where 2 subsidiaries amalgamation is halted by NCLT, and present status if throw some about highlight. And finally, the market share of our MCG cigarette, 1 minute. Present FMCG cigarette market shares, FMCG food, personal care and beverage and others. Finally, God bless to everybody, and next year financial year is with good performance, with good dividend and capital market appreciation also. Thanking you, sir.
Thank you. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Santosh Kumar Saraf. So you may please go ahead.
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, उपस्थित निवेश सदस्यगण और मेरे शेयरहोल्डर भाइयों बहनों, मैं संतोष सराफ कलकत्ता से बोल रहा हूँ। सर्वप्रथम आप सभी को नमस्कार। संजीव पुरी जी, आपकी अध्यक्षता में हमारी कंपनी अच्छा काम कर रही है। मैं क्या बताऊं, आपको फूल का गुलदस्ता देने की इच्छा थी, लेकिन जो कि वर्चुअल मीटिंग है तो मैं फिजिकल जाकर वो फूल का गुलदस्ता नहीं दे सकता। तो आपसे मैं प्रार्थना है कि मैं यहाँ से आपको फूल दे रहा हूँ, इसको आप एक्सेप्ट कर लीजिए सर। है ये वर्चुअली भेज रहा हूँ, वर्चुअली मीटिंग है सर, क्योंकि आपका काम इतना तो मैं क्या करूँ। और सर, आप जो हमारे जितने डायरेक्टर हैं, जितने भी हमारे अधिकारीगण हैं, जितने भी हमारे कर्मचारी हैं, इस कोविड के अंदर में वह और उनकी फैमिली सुरक्षित और स्वस्थ होगी। और सर, मैं अच्छे डिविडेंड के लिए भी आपको धन्यवाद देता हूँ, हमारी कंपनी सेक्रेटरी को भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ, जिनके कारण आज मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूँ सर। सर, मैंने एक इंग्लिश में लेटर पहले सेक्रेटरी साहब को भेज दिया था, आशा करता हूँ उनको मिल गया, वो आपके टेबल पर भी होगा। तो मैं ज्यादा कुछ नहीं दूंगा कि लंबा बोलने फायदा नहीं। मैं 2-3 चीज जानना चाहूंगा सर। एक तो अपने रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग के लिए क्या कदम उठाया आपने, बताने का कष्ट के लिए, जिसको अपने इसका एक सर रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी के बारे में, अपनी जहाँ फैक्ट्री है वहाँ के आपको सोलर पैनल आदि के बारे में क्या कदम उठाए सर, ये भी बताने का कष्ट करिएगा सर। एक मेरा प्रश्न ये सर, अपने जितने टोटल एम्प्लॉय हैं, कैजुअल एम्प्लॉय को लेके, उनके यहाँ कितने फैमिली को लेके कितने परसेंट एम्प्लॉय को अपनी वैक्सीन लग चुकी है सर, और उनकी फैमिली के साथ में, और उन्होंने किसी ने अगर प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल में वैक्सीन ली है पूरी साल, तो उनका खर्चा हमारे आईटीसी मैनेजमेंट ने रीअसेंबल किया, तो उसके बारे में बताने का कष्ट करिएगा सर। एक सर मैं जानना चाहूंगा,
You've completed your 2 minutes.
सर 1 मिनट 2 मिनट आप इतने बोल रहे हैं, मेरे को 1 मिनट दे दो, मैं खत्म कर दे रहा हूँ। मैडम उनको तो अभी आशा तो कितना देर दिया आप, 2 मिनट है। और सर मैं ये जानना चाहूँ अपनी, ये देखिए ब्रेक कर देते बोलने का जो स्पीड होता है सर, 3 मिनट का टाइम कम से कम दिया करिए, कि बोलने का जो लय होता है खत्म हो जाता है सर। सर एक मैंने ये पूछा, अच्छा ये बताइए सर, कितने परसेंट अपने एम्प्लॉय को वैक्सीन लग चुकी है सर, उनका खर्चा आपने रीसम्बर किया नहीं किया? और सर एक सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक के बारे में जानना चाहूंगा, इसका कम से कम यूज हो, इसके बारे में क्या कदम उठाए सर? और दूसरा मेरे को ये कहने का सर, अभी जो अपनी 3 सेक्टर है अपने, होटल, कंज्यूमर और टोबाको, तो इनको क्यों नहीं अपने सेपरेट करके अलग आइडेंटिटी बना के अपने कंज्यूमर को अलग करने से, कि कंज्यूमर अपना काफी काम कर रहा है और अभी टाटा कंज्यूमर देखिए बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रहा है। तो मैं चाहूंगा कंज्यूमर सेक्शन को आप अलग करके उसको अलग से लिस्टेड करवा के या उसी को करके करिए सर। लास्ट में मेरे सर ये कहने का मतलब ये कि सर एक रिक्वेस्ट आपसे, कि कुछ दिन पहले नेशनल वालों का नूडल्स को लेके बहुत बड़ा कांड हुआ था सर। उनका ना हमारी कंज्यूमर हेल्थ मिनिस्टर ने उनको कहा था कि तुम्हारा हेल्थ के लिए अच्छा नहीं है, तो ऐसा कांड अपने साथ में नहीं हो, इसके लिए आप क्या कदम उठा रहे हैं सर, ये बताने का कष्ट करिए। और ज्यादा समय न लेते हुए आपकी लंबी उम्र की कामना करता हूँ, और आपके आपके परिवार जितने भी अधिकारीगण हैं और जितने भी कर्मचारी हैं उनकी लंबी उम्र की कामना करता हूँ। भगवान से हाथ जोड़ के प्रार्थना करता हूँ, भगवान फाइनेंशियल 2021 आप लोगों के लिए हैप्पीनेस, वेलनेस, प्रोस्पेरियस और सेफ के साथ में व्यतीत हो सर। और ये बीटो कंपनी मीटिंग काफी अच्छी था, मैं घर से आपसे बात कर रहा हूँ, इसको कंटिन्यूस रखिए, इससे क्या पूरे इंडिया के शेयर आपसे अपने मन की बात कर सकते हैं। जैसे हर्षा पटेल ने कहा, अभी आशा लता जी ने कहा, और भी आएंगे सर। धन्यवाद समय दे। नमस्कार सर, फिर एक बार फिर से आशा करता हूँ फिर आपसे अगले साल मुलाकात होगी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर, आपकी लंबी उम्र की कामना करते हुए।
Thank you so much. We request the speakers to kindly limit their speech to 2 minutes. I now invite the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Santosh Bhutani. So you may please go ahead.
मेरी आवाज आ रही है सर?
हाँ जी, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
जी जी, नमस्कार board member and management team. First of all, I would like to thank the management for giving me an opportunity in this platform, and CS team who address my some queries. Sir, my question is, what your medium and long-term strategy due to the impact of the pandemic situation of second wave and the fear of third wave? And also we have seen that some increasing heavy rainfall in some state of India. And second, sir, your action plan on asset quality and capital improvement, as there is sufficient room in the balance sheet. Next, sir, is there any amount which are to be transferred to IEPF, laying in our annual in our report? And I think we may send a final notice to the concerned member who could not encash their dividend in time. सर, मैं एक बात कहना चाहूंगा चेयरमैन सर, हमारी कंपनी जिस तरह से चल रही है, बहुत ही प्रोफेशनल, बहुत ही बेहतरीन मैनेजमेंट टीम, बेहतरीन हमारा सीएस सेक्टर, सीएस डिवीजन, संतोष भूटानी, एमपी भूटानी आपके आगे रखना चाहते हैं कि प्रतिद्वंदियों से कह दो कि अकेले नहीं हैं हम, दुआओं का काफिला चलता है हमारे साथ, शेयर होल्डर आपके हाथ हैं, आपके साथ हैं। और मैं ये समझता हूं बड़ी मुसीबतों से जो है हमने देखी, और हम एक जुट प्रयास से महामारी और कंपनी में हमने पटरी बनाए रखने में बड़ी चुनौतियों का सामना किया है, और आगे भी जो चुनौतियां में जो कहा जा रहा है, report on red code.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. You've completed your 2 minutes, sir.
जी जी जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कोऑर्डिनेटर, आपने मुझे मौका दिया है और अपनी बात को कहने का। सर, after going through the recent journey of the company, yes, we are happy, but we are not at all because we feel the company has much more potential than what it has done yet. We feel and believe that the company management is far younger in its thinking, leaner in its working, and stronger in its commitment and more responsible. I would appreciate if you could briefly reply. And I wish the company all the best for the future and hope to see healthy growth in near future and size of the company. एक लास्ट अगर मैं चेयरमैन बात को खत्म करूंगा, कई लोगों ने कहा कि शेयर हमारा नहीं बढ़ता, कम होता है, मगर तजुर्बों ने शेयरों को भी सिखा दिया है खामोश रहना, क्योंकि उनको एहसास है कि दहाड़ कर शिकार नहीं किया जा सकता। हमारी कंपनी जो कहती है वो करती है, वो नजर आता है हमें मैनेजमेंट की टीम में वो काबिलियत नजर आती है, वो गति नजर आती है जो आने वाले टाइम में शेयर को और ऊंचाइयों पे लेके जाएगी। क्योंकि कंपनी को शेयर से कुछ नहीं लेना, मगर बेटर परफॉर्मेंस ही कंपनी के शेयर को गति देगी, ऊंचाइयों पे लेके जाएगी, ऐसा हमारा मानना है और ऐसा हम जानते हैं। सर, it has been observed from the working of the company that the management typically made cost optimization measure to strengthen margin and prioritize capex according to the needs and kept strong focus on cash generation with record free cash generation and reported superior return on capital employed across the business. And going forward, we hope company will on cash, ROCE, REVA, etc. as always. And I thank you very much, Chairman sir. God bless you. और मैं ये समझ सभी एम्प्लॉइयों को जो भी जिस भी चाहे घर से कर रहे हैं, चाहे काम से कर रहे हैं, प्लांट से कर रहे हैं, उनको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। और फोटो डिवीजन बड़ी बुरी हालत में है, जरूर कुछ ना कुछ आप रास्ता निकालेंगे आगे बढ़ने के लिए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर।
Thank you so much. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Arun Kumar Bupana. So you may please go ahead with your question.
Yeah. Hello, one second. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning. Thanks to Nidhi Bajaj and the CS team for setting up this seamless meeting. ITC 110th AGM now is older than history. I don't know.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. We are unable to hear you clearly, sir.
Hello. Yeah, compliments to the management. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
You
sir.
may now go ahead.
Please carry on.
Yeah. Compliments to the management. COVID-19, ITC learned new skills, upskilling the world mark in the next decade. With ease, precision, and fitness in the manipulatives, I'm happy functioning at a respectable capacity in delivery. My only question, sir, Chairman, sir, I understand ITC as an antidote. Now with many smokers, what price ITC? I understand ITC.
No, we are not able to hear you, sir. So maybe either you can connect later or maybe you can mail your question and we will give you the answer. I'm not able to understand your question. The voice is breaking.
I just have one question. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
On the nicotine skin patches for nicotine addiction, if ITC is interested, I believe I can connect ITC manufacturer Hyderabad and help in sourcing. Can you write to contact me so that I can take it forward? Thank you very much and all the best.
Okay.
Thank you so much. We would now invite the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Mascarenes. So you may please go ahead.
Yes. Respected Chairman, sir, very distinguished members of the board and my fellow shareholders. Good afternoon to you all. My name is Aloysius Mascarenes. At the outset, I thank the management and the company secretary for sending me the e-balance sheet, which I received on time. It is informative, voluminous, full of pictures and facts and figures in place. Our results are very good with a very good dividend. Our PBT is good, not better than last year, but still good, taking into consideration the pandemic that we are facing. And I'm happy to state that we have introduced 100 plus new products. We have multi products from agriculture to beverages to food items and hotel and what everything. So we are a giant. I feel that we are much better in products than Hindustan Unilever and Britannia. We are, especially Hindustan Lever, we are doing very well. But why our company price is not moving as per the trend like Hindustan Lever and all? I would wish that, because we are multinational company and such nice board and such nice chairman. So I hope and pray that this company will also move forward in respect of the share price, market capitalization. Sir, I have one question to ask. That is, shares totaling to 6,703 of shareholders, and the total shares 68 lakhs 45,693 are are taken to the investors protection fund over and above the dividend, unclaimed dividend. These are unclaimed shares, which
Sorry
our
to interrupt,
shareholders
sir.
added
You've
money.
completed your 2 minutes.
Yeah,
You've
yeah,
completed your
harder
2 minutes.
money. Yeah, so please see to this that shareholders are taken care of. This is my humble suggestion. And even this thing signature differs. Aged people 72 plus, we are 72, but only small difference of signature. This shares are not dematted. That is my request. And our company is doing extremely well, really good. We have good management. And one question, that VAT, British American Tobacco, are there any stake at present, or they have quit our company? If they have stake, kindly let us know. Other questions have been asked by my predecessors, and many more are there. I understand the constraint of time, so I end my speech wishing the chairman, the board members, and more importantly, all the employees all the very best in the days and years to come. With this, sir, thank you very much for patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Satyendra Mundra. So you may please go ahead with your question.
Yeah, thank you. Respected board, MD and Chairman, Mr. Sanjeev Puri. The strategy of the company of moving of small brands and scaling it up is very, very apt. The FMCG is now 60%, cigarette business is 40%.
We've lost the connection for Mr. Mundra. Meanwhile, we move on to the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Kaushik Shahukar. So you may please go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, sir. You may go ahead.
At the outset, let me introduce myself as Kaushik Chowka from Mumbai. Good afternoon to all. I hope I am properly audible.
Yes, sir. You are
Yes,
audible.
sir, you're audible, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Professionally, I am a chartered accountant. Medically, I suffer from dystonia. In simple terms, 55% of my body is paralyzed, and this impacts on my right hand, my right leg, and a speech. I have not, however, treated this as a hindrance. As I have mentioned before, despite my medical condition, I have successfully completed my chartered accountancy course, as I strongly believe that I am self-reliant and self-dependent. I admire the virtues of ITC that share the same principle of making people self-reliant. Through your ongoing and continuous philanthropic work, you have made and are making a positive change in the society. Sir, if you appreciate that fact that despite my chronic condition, I believe in working to sustain my livelihood rather than accepting free money, which adheres to my principle of self-dependence. Sir, if our company can shower some blessings over me, it could change my life too. Due to aforesaid, I had previously approached our company to work in the certification area. Unfortunately, that has not progressed. I would therefore like to use this forum to reach out to you and explore avenues where we could work together. I'm confident that you would find my professional acumen a value add to our esteemed organization and will empathize with my condition and support me with work. I would like to thank Board of Directors for giving me the opportunity to speak and also patiently hearing me. Before I end my speech, I would like to give special thanks to entire Secretary Department, including Mr. R.K. Singhvi. It all the efforts which made this event possible for me. Please accept my thanks, and it is from bottom of the heart. I am also hopeful that company will empathize with me and will consider me. Can I expect positive response from company? At end, I support all the resolution and I have voted on the favor. I have been and always be proud shareholder of our company. I'm sure I was properly audible. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. We now invite our next speaker shareholder, Mr. Kushore Kumar Patni. So you may please go ahead.
Are you listening me?
Yes, sir.
Hello. You are listening me, na?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Thanks to Mr. Sanjeev Puri and his entire board of directors and the ITC team to give me opportunity as a speaker in the ITC AGM. First of all, I congratulate for excellent results and dividend payout, which you have given to shareholders. Now, frankly speaking, in this recent year, I have made investment in ITC shares, considering the dividend payout to shareholders, which is much higher than HUL and other very lots of FMCG companies. Now, I have gone through your entire assets and all these lots of hidden valuations are there in ITC, which is tremendous, very huge. As per my view and suggestions, I think ITC should also go for demerger of its companies so that all hidden valuations of the company can come out. This is one of my requests, because you are having FMCG business, paper business, hotels business, agro business, and this IT business. So I think this company should be splitted to some 2-3 more companies or 2 companies, whatever management decide. But this is my suggestion. And first of all, again, I am really very much appreciate that recently I have made lots of correspondence with the company, and I really appreciate that I got a very quick reply of all my queries. And I will thank to Nidhi Bajaj, as she has given me all the replies. Now my other thing is, I have requested that
Sorry
in
to
your
interrupt,
BSc
sir.
website.
This is the operator
Hello?
here. You've completed your 2 minutes, sir.
Just a minute. In BSc website, your company has mentioned that it is a cigarette and tobacco company only. So that should be corrected actually. It is only written cigarette and tobacco based company. So it should be changed, because you are a now multi-product and multi-divisions based company. So please change it. So for the last, my issue is, the first one is demerger. Are you any planning to give bonus shares to your shareholders? Because as per your previous records, every 5 years you give these benefits. So these are my suggestions, which I want to give to the management to increase shareholders' value and wealth. Because your total market cap of your company, which is 2.50 lakhs crores, against profit of 56,000 crores, it's very less. Because against this profit, the 6 companies' total market caps, which all are big, HUL, Dabur, Nestle, if you combined all these 6 companies, their total market as on date is 10 lakhs crores. Whereas our profit is showing more profit than those all combined profits. And we are only at 2.50 lakhs crores. So these are my things. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We request the members to kindly limit their speech to 2 minutes. We request the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Gautam. So you may please go ahead. Mr. Gautam, request you to kindly unmute your audio and video and go ahead, please. Mr. Gautam, this is the operator here. Request you to kindly unmute your audio and video and go ahead, please.
Maybe there's a problem to next speaker.
Correct. We will move on to the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Subhendu Shekhar Sanyal. So you may please go ahead. So this is the operator here. We are unable to hear you. While we are checking the connection for him, we will move on to the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Saravjit Singh. So you may please go ahead. Mr. Saravjit Singh, request you to kindly go ahead with your question, please. Mr. Saravjit Singh, this is the operator here. Can you hear us? While we are checking his connection, we move on to Mr. Mahesh Kumar Bubna.
Much good morning. Can you able to hear me?
Go ahead. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Chairman, Board of Directors, Company Secretary, CFO, other dignitaries on the dais, and my fellow members. Very good morning. That during this pandemic, I first of all to pray to the Almighty to give strength to all the peoples of India and also to world to save from this COVID-19 pandemic. This third wave is also already launched in Kerala, and yesterday there was a news that this third wave heavily affected US and Europe also. And one more news I yesterday read in the news that this pandemic will not over. New variants will again come. So it is a very burning situation that we will have to alert and we will have to take care of to safeguard our lives and our business. So it is a very bad situation. After 100 years of this pandemic come in 1903, which was continued for 5 years, swine flu. And I, thanks to the chairman that he is doing very good results. Past all the chairmen has loved to me, so they personally knows to me, and all entire board also knows to me because I am a very older shareholder, and I am in not in Calcutta now. For the last 16-17 months, I am in Bengaluru. Before pandemic, I came to Bengaluru. I slept here. So after a long time, I joined this AGM. Otherwise, in Calcutta, 10-12 years, I have not joined the AGM. And I thanks to the company secretary and his team and secretarial department. They are very cooperative, very efficient. They are very prompt to attend the shareholders call. I particularly thanks to Mr. Rajendra Singh Ji. He is a very nice gentleman than the earlier company secretary. So he is a very good person and having a very cooperative mind. 2 days back, I phoned to him that I want to join the AGM. He just done the things. I am joining today. So one thing I want to highlight that some of our product can be affected by this Kisan agitation.
Sorry to interrupt, sir.
And,
This is the operator here. You've completed your 2 minutes.
Okay. I am just for introduction. I joined this meeting because I am a very old shareholder. After a long time, I cannot able to attend. So just for introduction and face-to-face meeting, I pray to the Almighty to keep safe all the peoples. Thanking you all for having a pleasant hearing.
Thank you. We request the speakers to kindly limit their speech to 2 minutes. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Hari Modi. Sir, you may please proceed.
Yeah, good afternoon, respected Chairman, sir, distinguished members of the board and my fellow shareholders. Thank you, the secretarial team, for providing me an opportunity to speak at this AGM. Sir, I am Hari Modi, a shareholder of your company speaking from Calcutta. Sir, I am a share broker for the last 3 decades, and ITC is one of my favorite stakes in my portfolio. It is one of the most valuable corporations of the country today. It is a perfect example of a professionally managed enterprise, which has no specific owner. Shareholders are the true owner of this company, which is today an institution by itself. In the last 1 decade, we all know the gross sales value of the company has doubled. It has crossed 75,000 crores from about 39,000 crores, and how the profits have doubled to more than 13,000 crores from just 6,000 crores. We also know how the company, from a meager 5,000 crore market cap, has gone up to about 2.5 lakh crores in 2015, giving a CAGR growth of about more than 20%. Sir, the company has created enormous wealth for the shareholders along the way. However, sir, we shareholders are a bit disappointed with the market price of the shareholders. Of late, the market price has got stagnated, and it is still hovering around rupees 200 per share for quite a long time. I did some research, and I found that Hindustan Lever was also around rupees 200 for a long time, from 2000 to 2010, for almost a decade. And then it announced a buyback, and thereof later on it took off. There also we have other examples of Tata Consumer, which was also languishing at around 115, and similarly Colgate Palmolive was also languishing at around 200 rupees for a long period of 7 years before it started moving up. ITC has been producing sustainable profits year after year, and I am sure the market will wake up and recognize the solid foundation of ITC, and in no time will the share prices of the company reflect the solid performance of the company.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. You've completed your limit of 2 minutes.
Just a minute. In fact, sir, I think if market is not able to give good value to ITC shares, this may be a right time to consider a buyback of shares. The company has got good results, and the share price today are a good bargain. This will result in generating a lot of shareholder value. We do not need dividends. We would rather ask you to have a buyback with the 10,000 crore amount of dividend which you are paying. Further, the SUUTI, the selling overhang of SUTI, as well as the overhang of supply from the FIIs, these also needs to be absorbed. And I think by doing the buyback, we can absorb this shareholding to a lot extent. And I am sure that once this message goes to the market participants, your shares will be rising. My 31 years of experience in the stock market is sure to say that. We need only one direction from your side. Yes, the shares, in my opinion, sir, ITC is grossly undervalued, and while most brokerages regularly give a target of 350 for the company's shares, the shares are remaining in the region of 200. Chairman, sir, with all the performance indicators in its favor, I am sure the share will be re-rated, and a target price of 400 per share is not far off. Lastly, before I conclude, Chairman, sir, I congratulate you and the entire board as well as your team of business heads to carry on the good work, and results will surely follow. May the company become more prosperous and shareholders get higher dividends, capital appreciations, and bonuses year after year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Bijnan Srimal. So you may please proceed.
Hello. Do you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Mr. Chairman, member of the board, and my fellow, I am CA from Calcutta. I heartily thank Mr. G for giving us this opportunity to enter the meeting proceeding of this meeting. Sir, I have few suggestions, and the number one is that dividend. I have years interim dividend, and I'm happy that you have shared my views and declared interim dividend. Request you to this proceed. Also,
Sorry to interrupt, sir. We are unable to hear you clearly. While we are checking the connection, we move on to the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Abhishek Malani. So you may proceed with your question, please.
Hello, sir. My name is Abhishek Manani. I am from Indore. So, very good afternoon. Today, on this day, I would like to congratulate all of us for this journey we have made so far. And by journey, I mean the impeccable journey. Like, if you look into net profit, these are just great. I mean, more than great. Like, I've gone through annual reports since 2004, and there are no lost quarter and no lost year.
Mr. Malani, we are unable to hear you. So this is the operator here. We are unable to hear you. While we are checking the connection for Mr. Malani, we move on to the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Vikas Jain. So you may please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Hello, welcome all to this annual general meeting of our company. This is Vikas Jain from Calcutta, a shareholder and a practicing chartered accountant. Mr. Chairman, sir, and the entire board of ITC Limited, thank you for providing this platform, holding the meeting through video conference, which of course is a great tool to bring all the shareholders on one forum for interactions. At the outset, heartiest congratulations to the management comprising team of professionals who are steering the company through positive growth even at the times of financial turmoil that we have been witnessing over the last 2 years almost. And you have never failed to deliver in your commitment of enhancing the shareholders' value. Mr. Chairman, sir, while last year the company's earnings per share were definitely impacted by the disruptions to its operating segments, but during the immediately preceding 3-year period between financial year 2017 and 2020, under your leadership, the company's EPS, the CAGR, the return on capital employed, the EBITDA, so on and so forth, had grown phenomenally. Mr. Chairman, sir, these are very, very encouraging signs of company's performance, and the company will grow from strength to strength from here. Sir, the company's profits are growing, the reserves are bulging, and like traditional Indian businessmen, the company believes in giving back to the society on which it sustains its businesses. The humongous work in arranging oxygen and providing for hospital beds, which I have captured from your speech for the COVID patients, are indeed very, very inspiring. ITC definitely, sir, is an environmentally conscious company and one of the very few companies in its size in the world to be carbon positive, water positive, and waste recycling positive, and maintain that position for over 15 years. Corporate communications team, Mr. Chairman, sir, has done a great job on the PR features, and despite the growth in the number of shareholders to over 26 lakhs, the Investor Services Department of ITC is one of the best in the country.
Sorry to interrupt. This is the operator here. You've
Last
completed your 2
last
minutes.
half a minute, ma'am. The secretarial department under Mr. Singhi needs to be congratulated for winning the National Award for Excellence in Corporate Governance by the Institute of Company Secretaries of India. Mr. Chairman, sir, and the entire board, I hope we are taking adequate care to remunerate the management for their performance and the proper performance-based retention strategies, because human capital in today's knowledge economy is the greatest asset. So just to reiterate, please do think over the buyback, which has already been reiterated, or passing over the bonus benefits to the shareholders, which will definitely enhance the shareholders' wealth. I feel privileged to be the shareholder of this prestigious company, and I support all the resolutions put forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, sir, and the entire team. Stay safe, stay healthy, with warm regards. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Krishnan. So you may please proceed with your question. So request you to kindly go ahead with your question, please. While we are checking the connection, we move on to the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Gautam. So you may please proceed.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, sir,
Yes,
you
sir.
are.
Thank you. Good morning and namaskar. Respected Chairman, Board of Directors, and my online fellow shareholders. Myself, Gautam Nandi of Kolkata, very old equity shareholder of ITC Limited. Sir, firstly, I like to give thanks to your secretarial department for sending me annual report and other necessary relevant papers through email well in advance. So specially thanks to our respected company secretary and his whole team for rendering very good services to our minority shareholders. Sir, you are organizing your AGM through video conference for the second time, and I find it's a grand success. So thanks again, sir. Sir, my earlier speakers already expressed their views and covered most of the points regarding accounts and performance of our company. Therefore, I don't like to repeat it as per your guideline. Sir, a few years back, we had faced two big giants, GST and demonetization. सर, ये दोनों का इफेक्ट खत्म होते ना होते लास्ट ईयर हम लोगों को कोविड-19 का फर्स्ट फेज ने अटैक किया. Now third phase is going on. Each and every company is suffering very much. But I am very glad to see that despite a tough pandemic and most challenging year, you are trying your best, sir. So I must appreciate it. Sir, we are very proud to see you always take care of our minority shareholders. Sir, only good performance होने से ही एक कंपनी अच्छा नहीं हो जाता है, सर. सर, अच्छा कंपनी होने के लिए गुड बिहेवियर की भी जरूरी होता है, जो आपका
Sorry to
कंपनी
interrupt,
में.
sir. You've completed your 2 minutes.
Yes. Just 10 seconds. Sir, I am when I visit your company, your employees इतना अच्छे व्यवहार करते हैं कि मैं सोचता हूँ कि मैं ये कंपनी नहीं, ये मेरा फैमिली है. So I must give my hearty thanks to each and every employee of your company for their good gesture, good behavior, and good hospitality. Sir, I am very proud to be a shareholder of your company, and I am very hopeful towards the prospect of our company. I have full trust with your strong management, and so I wholeheartedly support your all resolutions. Nothing to say more today, sir. Looking forward with a positive outlook towards our company with good return and handsome dividend. May God bless you, sir. Stay safe. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. We've connected Mr. Srimal on audio, so you may please go ahead with your question.
Mr. Chairman, sir, am I audible now?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Sir, Mr. Chairman, sir, I am extremely grateful for giving me this opportunity to interact in the AGM of this 110th AGM of ITC Limited. Sir, I have few questions. Number one is about the dividend. Dividend, I have suggested in past years to pay interim, and you are paying the interim. I would request you to continue the payment of interim dividend as well. And you must also immediately send the dividend to the shareholders account so that the dividends are in our hand tomorrow. Number three is about the unclaimed and unpaid dividend by the company, which is mounting up every year. So what steps the company is taking so that the shareholder can get the money back at their hand? This is a very serious situation. If the shareholders are unable to take their dividend, even their shares will be likely to be forfeited. So kindly take a definite step in this direction. Sir, then what you are doing for the value unlocking, for the value addition of the shareholders? This is a very important question, and sir, kindly try to give us a specific answer for this. Then complete roadmap for the immediate future, and how do you think the company will fare in the year 21-22? Sir, have we been able to achieve the pre-COVID production level? Sir, what is your cost control measure you have adopted? Sir, have we received all the total capacity utilization of all our factories and outlets?
Sorry to interrupt, sir. You've completed your 2 minutes.
Yes. Sir, and what is your capex plan? With this, I'd like to conclude and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I believe we meet next year with better results and better dividend and also value unlocking to the shareholders. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Krishnan, PS. So you may please go ahead. So this is the operator here. We are unable to hear you. We move on to the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Ram Kishore Rathi. So you may please proceed.
Hello, good afternoon, Sanjeev sir. This is Lokesh Rathi. I'm speaking on behalf of my father, Mr. Ram Kishore Rathi. Okay, so basically we, as everybody said, I mean, regarding the performance, regarding the historical data, I mean, there's no question asked for the ITC, but some few things which I would like to propose from my side and also, talk about is first thing, I mean, we are getting the email from the registrar of the company asking for the TDS reduction at source, which I believe, I mean, every client DP account statement is having the PAN card updates, everything is there, so they can take it from there. There's no requirement of asking for the TDS. That is first point. Second thing, still today ITC's major revenue and share is from the tobacco business, which of course, I mean, we have been seeing in the past few years that continuously when ITC is moving towards the other businesses like
Sorry to
hotels.
interrupt. This is the operator here. Can we have Mr. Ramkishore Rathi speak, because we would want him to speak for the AGM.
I mean, I'm a proxy. I'm speaking on behalf of him.
No,
Is there
sir.
any issue?
The share...
Proxy is not allowed, unfortunately. So you can maybe mail your queries to the investor services and they will address it.
Okay, sir. Right, noted. Thank you.
Please email it. They'll get back to you. All right.
We move on to the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Chetan Chadha. So you may please go ahead. Mr. Chetan, request you to go ahead with your question, please.
Hello.
While we are checking. Yes, sir, you may go ahead.
मैडम आप एक नेक्स्ट उनको नंबर दे दो. हेलो.
Mr. Chetan, you are connected. You may please proceed.
मैडम आप आवाज सुन रहे हैं आप?
हाँ जी सर, सुन रहे हैं आवाज. आप क्वेश्चन पूछिए अपना.
सर मैं ये कह रहा हूँ आप उन चेतन जी को एक नेक्स्ट नंबर दे दो. आप बीच में किसी और को ले लो.
Carry on to the next speaker, please.
हाँ.
Sure, sir. I'll do that. We move on to the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Siddharth Gupta. Mr. Siddharth Gupta, you may please go ahead with your question, please. Request you to unmute your audio as it is muted from your end. No, sir, you aren't audible.
Now, am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon to all my fellow shareholders and to the management of ITC. Allow me to congratulate you on posting a fantastic set of numbers for this financial year and presenting a detailed profile of the company. So I'll keep my queries and questions very brief. Firstly, sir, I would like you to elaborate, you and the entire management to elaborate on the impact of the food processing organizations PLI scheme that has been introduced by the government. How would that affect our agricultural producing business, and how well can we use this scheme to integrate ourselves? Secondly, sir, this is for the first time in after a very long time that I'm seeing that the company has started harping on ITC Infotech and how important it is to our conglomerate as a whole. Are we planning on aggressively pushing into the IT services segment, given that you spoke so glowingly about it in the annual report and in your remarks as well? Because it's very clear that the PAT of ITC Infotech doubled over the last financial year. So would we be following a similar FMCG type policy where we'll also have acquisitions or anything else while pushing into the IT industry? And so lastly, if I could point to page 28 and 29 of the annual report, which reflects a graph of our share price as opposed to how the Nifty has moved. As much as I love to recommend the stock to everyone around me as a long-term wealth creator, it is a fact that ITC's share hasn't produced any capital gains for its shareholders for 4 years, or has been badly beaten by the Nifty in general. So, and in the past, this has happened earlier with our shares as well. And at that point of time, the management had stood up and could put forward its plans as to how it plans on going about and increasing or unlocking shareholder value. Is this time around, even though we have an excellent management in place, we haven't had concrete plans come forward from the management. So if we could be provided with some guidance as to how the management plans to do this over the next couple of years, if we are planning on taking any concrete steps. And lastly, sir, I'm not too sure, I could not gauge this from the annual report or from the comments, but a suggestion that given our hotel sector is currently struggling, and one of the possible things that we could go ahead with is advertising our FMCG products in our
Sorry to
hotels.
interrupt. You've completed your 2 minutes, sir.
Right. I would just like to take a minute to half a minute to wrap this up. So lastly, sir, like I would like to harp on the fact that there is a clear dissonance between what the comments on the street are and how the street is perceiving the company and how the management and its shareholders are. In a long term, there is no doubt that the share will release a lot of value for its shareholders. But we would like to hear from the management on all these queries that we've raised. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Tamal Kumar Majumdar. So you may please go ahead.
Respected Mr. Puri and other directors of the company, myself, Tamal Kumar Majumdar, an equity shareholder from Kolkata. I have some queries relating to audited accounts and other matters. Firstly, sir, BAT PLC in page number 172 of their financial year 20 annual report showed ITC under note number 5, associates and joint venture, and also showed their holding as 29.42% as on 31st December 2020. But page 241 of our company showed Tobacco Manufacturers India Limited UK, of which ITC as an associate. Why ITC is not mentioning the name of BAT PLC, of which ITC is an associate company? And what is the current relationship with BAT? Whether BAT helps us with their expertise for the betterment of our cigarette business. Please share your thoughts. Sir, it is unique to note from page 50 of the annual report that 4 independent directors of our company holding shares in ITC Limited. One independent director, Mr. A. Nayak, increased his holding by 1,37,500 equity shares during financial year 21 to 10,66,825 equity shares, probably due to ESOPs for serving the company for 42 years before joining as an independent director. And Mr. A is there, Mr. Mathur is with our company for more than 21 years. You mentioned it as 16 years, but actually he is with our company for 21 years. And he is retiring. At last he is retiring. So these are not good examples of good corporate governance. And hope that appropriate action will be taken to make it more meaningful. Please share your view in this respect. And please also share with us whether Mr. Nayak still holds ESOPs, which will be converted into equity in the coming years. And
Sorry to interrupt, sir. You've completed your 2 minutes.
1 minute, I will check that. Sir, we are still holding 8.56 crore shares in East India Hotels Limited. After Reliance Group becomes its majority holder. What benefits we are deriving from this investment? and whose value shown in the page 163 as 796 crores. And so we entered into food business in 2001, and in 2003 we launched as Ashirvad range of mid-segment ready meals. As per page 208 of the annual report, ITC's food, stationery, agarbatti, apparel under FMCG others booked a revenue of 14,153 crores, or 30% of the total revenue on standalone basis. But its contribution to total profit was a mere 6%, while cigarette is still contributing 85% of the standalone basis. Why FMCG others failed to declare desired results, despite being in the market for so long period under ITC leadership? Would you please share with us your thoughts in this regard? And sir, page 117 of the annual report disclosed that proceedings initiated by the Enforcement Directorate in 1997 is still pending in the appeal stage at the Honorable Calcutta High Court. What is the present status? Whether the company made any general provision in this respect? And sir, last question. The company in page 143 mentioned the operating profit margin for the year was 35.7% in comparison to last year's profit margin of 41.8%.
We've lost the connection for Mr. Tamal. We move on to the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Lalit Kumar Chetani. Sir, you may please go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon to the respected directors and holders of the AGM of ITC being held in audio-visual mode. My name is Lalit and I am a shareholder of the company, a financial consultant and a long-term investor. So it is a source of great pride to me to see as a shareholder that so many products being manufactured by ITC, which forms a common man's life, be it paper or food or personal care products or real estate. We have all of us quality of products manufactured by a company. We have seen that over 2 decades, the company has transformed itself from being a single product company to businesses in 5 different segments, exporting to more than 100 plus countries, 40 categories of product, over 200 plus operating locations, and having more than 100 hotel properties. So despite the economic slowdown and the crisis brought by the pandemic, we see that the company results have shown resilience is also pre-COVID levels. The dividend has been declared at 10 rupees 75 paisa on a face value transformed to 1000% plus. But if we see on a dividend yield, it translates to more than 5%, which in fact is very, very good because in our savings account, we hardly fetch 3% return. Plus, we have a capital appreciation as well. Thank you, sir, for the good dividends which has been declared. However, sir, we need the market to take note of ITC's strong earnings and hope for a station in because with a P ratio of almost close to 16-17 seems to be a very good buy at this juncture. Again, sir, there has been so much talk today about the demerger as if demerger would fail. But sir, I have a view that people who are advocating demerger, building brands, building 5-star properties, acquiring companies for expansion, setting up manufacturing capabilities, all these require deep pockets and a lot of financial muscle. So I just wonder how will the demerged companies manage to get capital if they are divided into smaller units. Moreover, the management has already going further. It will follow the asset-light strategy to ensure that
you've completed your 2 minutes.
So just 1 minute. Asset-light strategy to ensure that precious capital does not get blocked. I'm sure the services of the good quality consultants and the professional management at the helm, they will carefully evaluate all the options and take decision which is in the interest of all the stakeholders. And last, and by saying an anecdote, 2 days back I was reading the annual report and my daughter came and asked me, "So, Dad, what are you doing?" I told that I'm reading the annual report, and she said, which manufactures this Ashirvad Atta 7 and all. So she heard me and she asked me, "Does ITC mean India's trusted company?" So I just simply answered, "So much. Thank you. Thank you very much."
Thank you so much. We request the shareholders to kindly limit their speech to 2 minutes. We move on to the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Sharat Kumar Jivraj Shah. So you may please go ahead.
Can you hear me? Sir,
Yes, sir.
can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we can hear
Okay,
you.
sir. Sir, I'm very happy, sir, the chairman and myself is remotely controlled. And our secretarial department told me, please hear our chairman and you will not require a hard copy of annual report, sir. And I do agree with your secretarial department because it was detailed. And what is my particular thing? Say, I'm very happy with ITC because I'm very old shareholders. My holding is also good, but only thing what I'm looking here, sir, if you don't give me money, don't raise my share price, but it is not necessary that my share price should fall. 2 years back, share price was 350 of ITC and today it is 200. So it is 60% fall in the share price. So what is the reason that I do? So look into this aspect, at least nothing fall down, nothing may go up. That is the spirit. And another thing, my observation, sir, your speech, you said we have supplied oxygen. RIL's contribution to nation is 11%. Vedanta contribution is 1%. What is our contribution? Whether it is very small, but what in Marathi serial that says, "2 rupiya bhi badi baat hai, babu." Whatever, please inform me what contribution. And our business is cigarette. But why we have gone to FMCG, that I came to know when I referred page number 51. Sir, my FMCG revenue is 14,728 crores. And if this particularly revenue is
Sorry to
exclusively,
interrupt, sir. You've
just
completed
I
your 2 minutes.
got only 1 minute. Usually for giving dividend to the shareholder, which is 13,230 crores. So you are doing FNCG revenue or especially so that shareholders will be happy. Another thing, sir, what I found page number 75, you said that 43% of the electricity requirement of 4 units is done by renewable. And then your speech, you said that you are going to do it for 100%. And we have got 118 units. So when this will be possible that all our energy requirement will be based on renewable. And another thing is very important, sir, why we are in our performance in this year is not good. Sir, we have paid excess excise duty in this year 1,852 crores, and this lowers our performance, sir. So please look into it. And I got only one last point, sir, that page number 328 gives 10 years highlights. It is a good highlight, but this is a 110 years old company. So we must have a equity history, dividend history, and
Sorry to
share price
interrupt, sir.
history. Now you
You've
can just,
exceeded.
now I am practically over, madam. I'm practically over. Another thing, sir, last point is this link what I have received doesn't talk about the time of ITC meeting and the date. And another thing, when operator announce, she doesn't talk about the serial number of the speaker, because my number is 31 and I was waiting, I was attending both the meetings, Martin and your. So it becomes easy for me to shift from one meeting to other meeting, and rest of the things are all okay. Sir, I'm very happy because I'm a large shareholder. Whatever you give me, it is more than in lakhs, sir. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll request
Thank
all
you.
these speakers to please keep their comments brief, because we need to provide opportunity to many others who have requested, who have registered as speakers. So please stick to 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Harshil Parekh. You may go ahead, sir.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Please carry on.
Okay. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak at this AGM. I am CA Harshil Parekh from Mumbai. Many thanks to Chairman sir and all the directors for patient hearing of the shareholders till now. I can just imagine how calm you need to be on the AGM day. It was a very exhaustive and precise speech of our MD and Chairman Sir Shri Sanjeev Puri ji. It's surprising that how do you manage such huge portfolio single-handedly? Hats off to you. My questions are on page 147. We can see standalone financial says top line increased by top line is decreased by 1717 CR versus the decrease in bottom line by the PBT is decreased by 2105 CR. So what are the major highlights items which justifies this gap? Why such increase and decrease in the PBT? What are the proportions which are making this decrease? On page 195, there are some contingent liabilities of indirect taxes around 608 CR and 245 CR interest against the same. Can we get segment-wise bifurcation where the litigation in indirect taxes lies in the segment and in which segment? What are the plans for the company to have the demerge various segments and get them listed and running independently? This would really create a shareholder value. People are eagerly waiting for it. We cannot be stagnant at 200 ranges. I mean, there are memes around and you would be well aware of, but we have a huge potential and we can go ahead. What happens is because of the because if some FMCG is performing better, shareholders cannot again give a appreciation in the share value because in parallel we see the tobacco company not doing better. So if all of these companies are separate, they have their individual potential which can create further shareholder value. As a shareholder, everyone is looking for a demerger, and it's a high time we announce a strategic demerger of the company. Whereas some of my queries are answered by Chairman Sir in his detailed speech and earlier speaker, so I'm not questioning. One more thing, I think I came across speaker number 14 who spoke about CSR activity in relation to professional work. ITC as a group is famous for such tie-ups and upliftments. I think we can support such kind of win-win situation. Hope this is also considered
Sorry
by
to
our
interrupt. You've completed your 2 minutes.
Our company is doing great and we hope it reaches new heights every year. Once again, thank you for giving me an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Priyadarshan Ramakrishna Nayak. You may go ahead.
I am very happy with your dividend. You have increased the dividend despite the 14% drop in profits. I hope I have calculated that right. But when you look at overall shareholder value, look at page 28. April 20, your share price was 194 rupees. I think yesterday's closing this morning, it was just 210. Your share price doesn't seem to appreciate at all. So while we are very happy with the dividends, what about increasing total shareholder value? And how should you do it? All of you are stalwarts of ITC. You have put in 40 years, 41 years, one of the shareholders you described. But please look at an outsider's perspective, shareholder's perspective. Go to page 207. Your segment-wise profit contribution. Cigarette FMCG, 90% of your profits. Even last year it was so. Other FMCG, only 5.5%. Last year it was 2.4%. But even here, look at HUL, look at the margins that they get. The OPM, 21%. Your nearest competitor or the best in the country today. And in comparison, what is our OPM? Hotels is a negative 3.5%. They are sucking out your profit, which the cigarettes, FMCG, and the other people make. Agribusiness made some profits. It's simply sucking it out. So what should you do? Lots of shareholders have said it, demerge. But the difference in my approach would be to tell you what to demerge. Demerge cigarette FMCG, non-cigarette FMCG, hotels, and lastly the ITC.
You've completed your 2 minutes.
Yeah, the IT business, you have made 480 crore profit. The dividend you have got was, if you look at the dividend income which you're getting, is just about 1.5%, about 724 crores. Demerge IT business first, and then the rest can follow. Thank you. All the best. Bye.
Thank you so much. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Jaideep Bakshi. So you may please proceed with your question.
Very good afternoon, Mr. Puri. Very good afternoon to all directors. Myself, Jaideep Bakshi, connecting from the city of Kolkata. Thanks to our company secretary for giving me an opportunity to express my view, and also to the investor service team for conducting this video conference in a smooth manner. Sir, our presence across all three sectors of economy, the agriculture, the manufacturing and services, and our purposeful innovations have led to new levels of excellence. Sir, in agriculture, food is sourced from the common man and it is for the common consumers. And this unique opportunity, thus a unique opportunity to make a larger contribution to the nature. So congrats to the entire team for bringing out new products in the record time in this difficult adverse situation the nation is passing. Sir, regarding the present situation has changed the consumer purchase our concept, the outlook is more healthy conscious and thus banking upon products which are branded ones. So what are the expected business growth with this flavor business? So, and the amount of adversity faced in the overcoming the situations of the country is passing. So, congrats to the R&D team for bringing out the products to match competitors of the next generations. So, we are having brand leadership in 5 brands. So, expected the more brands to follow in the coming years. So, what are the plans for reduction of single-use plastic and kindly focus on paperboard business as an alternative one. So congrats to the CSR team for spreading out the cooked food to the needy and the health and hygiene products along with masks and the
Sorry to interrupt, sir. You've completed your 2 minutes.
1 minute, sir. So congrats to the Life Science and Technical Center of the Bangalore for driving science-led products and innovations. So the Savlon, the Hexa, and the sanitizer as acting as a shield. So how much business has been done? And thanks for the dividend. And sir, last suggestion, sir. So why can't we have a product of the 75th Independence Day, which we are going to celebrate on our product, which can also spread the awareness among the Indians we are living. So thanks to our management and under your guidance, we'll focus more to our company to greater heights and we'll build a safer and smarter and sustainable world. Thank you and everybody stay safe. Namaskar.
Thank you so much. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Amit Kumar Banerjee. So you may please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Respected chairman of the meeting, other board members present on such beautiful video conferencing. Myself, Amit Kumar Banerjee from the city of Kolkata. Thank you for
Mr. Banerjee, we are able to hear you. Yes. You may go ahead now.
Yes,
you may go ahead.
It is our 110th AGM of the company, the ITC Limited. Yes, the performance is excellent, good growth, revenue increased, good dividend is there. It is also increased in comparison with the last year as visible in the balance sheet. So,
This is the operator here. We are unable to hear you clearly. While we are checking the connection, we move on to the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Praful Chawra. So you may please go ahead.
यस हेलो सर मेरी आवाज आ रही है सर
यस सर
मेरी आवाज आ रही है थैंक यू सर सर खास तौर पे 110 साल का एजीएम अटेंड कर रहा हूं मैं और मैं ये जानना चाहता हूं कि 110 साल के अंदर अपने कंपनी ने एक भी सिल्वर मेडल गोल्ड मेडल या कुछ भी नहीं दिला कि अपने ओलंपिक गेम में जाने वाले नहीं करते हैं कोरोना के टाइम पे अपने 215 करोड़ रुपया कोरोना में जो बीमार हुए वो इसकी गलती से हुए हैं सर कोई मोदी जी की बात सुनते न तो मास्क लगाते हैं 9 गज की दूरी लगते हैं न तो हाथ वॉश करते हैं तो बीमार हो जाते हैं तो मेरा आगे पिक्चर में आप गोल्ड मेडल के सिल्वर मेडल के लिए ओलंपिक गेम में जाने वाले हेल्प कीजिए ताकि वो लोगों को आगे बढ़े 13 साल 15 साल के बच्चे जब जुते ऐसे लोग गरीब बच्चे आगे तो इसको हेल्प कीजिए सर अपनी जो भी रेवेन्यू है वो सिगरेट में से आती है तो क्यों ना हम वाइन का बिजनेस शुरू करे गुटखे का बिजनेस शुरू करे जो बिजनेस में प्रॉफिट है वही बिजनेस करे स्पीकर नंबर 33 जो बोले वो बात मैं दोहराना नहीं चाहता हूं पर मैं उसको साथ देता हूँ। लास्ट में सर हलाल हलाल का लोगो लगा के आप माल बेचते हो, तो हलाल का लोगो के लिए जो सर्टिफिकेट मिलता है, इसको कितना पे करना, कितने करोड़ रुपए पे करना, तो हलाल का लोगो का तो जो लोगो लगता है करते हैं। मैंने जानकारी मिली तब तक मुस्लिम लोग ही प्रोडक्शन करते हैं, इसमें हिंदू को अलाउड भी नहीं है। बस सही है बताएंगे, और हलाल का प्रोडक्शन करते हैं, इससे बिजनेस में जो कि नहीं है वो भी बताएंगे। धन्यवाद सर।
Thank you so much. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Anjali Prasad. You may please proceed with your question.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to give for me to speak today. I'm Anjali Prasad from Kolkata. First of all, I would like to congratulate the board and the management for the outstanding performance in the first quarter of this financial year. Despite the second wave of COVID, depressed economic conditions, and the contraction of GDP. Also, kudos to the board on the record consolidated dividend of 10.75 per share, in line with the company's track record of consistent increase in annual dividend payouts. Amazing performance all in all. However, some shareholders have been stating or asking, why is the ITC script stagnant? We have to understand that ITC management is a professional one, and as such applies itself to creating long-term shareholder values, sustainable values, and with a focus on good performance results. While I'm sure the management would like to translate its hard work and profits is reflecting into appreciated share prices for shareholders, it's a market mechanism. The company does not have any say in it. Regarding the heavy capital allocation policy, as pointed out by someone, the company has already adopted an asset-right growth strategy for hotels to reduce capital intensity, as reported previously. Also, investments in the new FMCG categories had a long gestation period. Now the company is finally coming out of it. Earlier, these were loss-making businesses. In any business, there is an upfronted fixed expenditure. There are expenditures for advertising, brand building, etc. So it takes time for the product to get acceptance. Therefore, the diversifications undertaken by ITC to de-risk the tobacco business model have finally matured, and the signs are quite visible. While and the non-FMCG cigarettes, the other FMCG are finally beginning to show profits. ITC has also achieved a lot leadership in several of the segments in a relatively very short span of time. While on the subject, I would also like to
Sorry
add
to
that
interrupt, ma'am. You've completed your 2 minutes.
half a minute. I may also add that the long-term underperformance increases the attractiveness from the evaluation point of view, and this kind of cycle has panned out for many players in the market, including HUL and in the last 5 years and 10 years. So if you have invested in the ITC shares, please hang on. If you haven't, buy it, but stay long term. That is the mantra of ITC. Chairman sir, as to increase shareholder value, could I please request you for a bonus? This is the short way of increasing shareholder value. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Raja Gopal Ramanathan. So you may please go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. I have a few questions. The first one is, why is the company and the management being headstrong about remaining a conglomerate and not spinning off individual businesses as separate entities? I ask this to understand the merits of the current structure versus potential benefits that one expects will accrue in a non-conglomerate structure. Point number 2, capital expenditure incurred in the hotels business between FY16 and 21 is around 3,000 crores, and the operating profit as a percentage of segment assets has ranged between 3% and minus 8% in FY21. Even if you were to leave this year, it's quite poor. Assets in the hotel business accounts for almost 18% of segmental assets, whereas revenues and operating profits are minuscule. Why then does the management continue to back this business, which continues to guzzle and depress shareholder returns? And what parameters is the management specifically evaluating to look towards sanctioning fresh investments in this business, which just appears to be like a bottomless pit? Another question is, with respect to the FMCG business, you've already achieved an operating margin of around 6%. Do you think a 10% margin is achievable in this segment by FY23? Comments on that will be appreciated. And what do you think will be steady state margins for the FMCG business in the next 5 years? Another question, which actually
Mr.
relates.
Ramanathan, if I may just interrupt you, I
Yes,
have
sir.
got your detailed email and I've taken
Yeah,
note
so
of
then I
all
won't
the
repeat my questions.
I
I won't repeat my
will
questions, sir.
answer. Yeah, so I will, and these questions that you have raised are all there in the mail. So I will address it. So the interest of
Sure,
time,
sir.
may I request you
I'm
to
willing
put on to
to
the
offer
next
this.
speaker. I'll answer all your
Sure,
questions.
sure, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Shailesh Narayan Nayak. So you may please go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah,
Yes, we can, sir.
this is great. Last I was present at the last AGM and had raised this issue on transparency with the shareholders on a quarterly basis, and I'm glad that this particular step has started of sharing the quarterly result presentation. The presentation is pretty detailed and it is valuable for a shareholder. There's only one small observation right now is that in the entire presentation, there is a good observation of what we are trying to do for individual business, whether it's FMCG business, hotels, etc. But the overall ITC story is missing. I mean, why that when you talk about ITC, basically why we have these all businesses, what is the ITC goal, how it will approach into new territories. I mean, that kind of a story is missing. 10 years back, I had put the same question to then Chairman Mr. Deveshwar. He had said that IT's vision is to build world-class Indian brands and being socially responsible while building these brands. I thought that was a great thing which views across all the businesses which we do, because India is in dire need of service and product brands. So if we can build up a vision which states that we are going to build 50 brands of 10,000 crores or 1,000 crores or whatever that number is, and then you start building it and guiding the shareholders how it will pan out over years, that would be very good rather than focusing on individual segments per se. The second one, if we have one more slide which has 2x2 metrics, one on the turnover and second on ROC for the brands. So that will give us idea how the brands are at different stages in both in turnover and ROC. So if these two slides are included in the presentation, it will be good for the thing. In case this is not the big ITC story, I would like from the management, what is the big ITC story which we would like to look at and look forward in the coming years. Thanks. These are the 2 points which I had. I look forward for answering your queries from this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Ajay Kejriwal. So you may please go ahead.
Good afternoon, and all the shareholders present here in the meeting. Myself, Ajay Kejriwal from Calcutta. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So almost all my queries are answered during this almost the past 2 hours which we are going. So I have nothing else to ask, and I have full trust and full faith in my company, and I congratulate the company for supplying colors this financial year and this first quarter, and I appreciate your patience while listening to all the share speakers, like I'm so sorry, all the shareholders during for such a long time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Adarsh Gadodia. So you may please go ahead. So this is the operator here. We are unable to hear you. Mr. Adarsh, this is the operator here. We are unable to hear you. While we are checking his connection, we move on to the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Shivam Bajaj. Mr. Shivam, you may please proceed.
Hello. Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So good afternoon, our chairman, sir, our respected chairman, and all the members of the board. I would like to, first of all, I would like to thank Ketan Madia, sir, who gave me this opportunity by contacting to me personally regarding this conference call regarding this annual general meeting. Most of my fellow shareholders have covered most of the points I wanted to say, but one addition to a point, I want to receive a clarification on a article which I read in the Live Mint yesterday, which was a input tax credit fraud on business standard and 4,000 pending cases against ITC. So I wanted to receive a clarification from the board members, and also I wanted to know about the ITC demerger. And at the last, I am again a very proud shareholder, and I take ITC as an investment opportunity and I believe in my company under your presence, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I've covered all the points. I will not repeat any of the demerger points, and it was covered by my fellow shareholders. Thank you so much.
So I'm thankful to the last two speakers for not repeating earlier questions. So I would request subsequent speakers to avoid repeating what has already been said in the interest of time. Thank you.
Thank you. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Nitin Sanghania. So you may please go ahead.
Good morning, sir. My name is Nitin Singhania, and I am your proud shareholder of your company, getting connected from the Garden City, your Bangalore. Holding an AGM on the electronic platform is a great idea, allowing the shareholders across the country to participate in the meeting, removing the geographical barriers. It's a great tool for the shareholder democracy. Would request you to continue holding the AGM on the e-platform for future. I speak here as a grateful shareholder who has benefited a lot from the ITC's large dividend and market your performance. ITC today is much more socially relevant and is respected for its services to the nature and the farmer through the e-Chopal your network and other rural and environmental initiatives. Companies have continuous focus on providing a range of value-added your services. The company's strategy of organic and inorganic growth by expansion and acquisition is a great idea. The company's acquisition of brands like your Savalon, your Nimail, Be Natural, etc., which have a good recall value, is also bearing fruits with ITC's strong marketing your network. In the era of wealth creation by knowledge, a good motivated manpower is our biggest asset. Hope the company is taking good care and retaining and keeping its employees' morals high. It is good to see in lieu of ESOPs, the management decided to come out with the stock appreciation rights to remunerate the employees and align their objectives with that of the shareholders. I congratulate the company on getting the Best Governance Companies your award by ICSI. We thank the management for...
You've completed your 2 minutes.
Yeah, ma'am. I'm just concluding. We thank the management for the handful your dividends, which is 1,000% on the face value. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. I hope your company, your employees are very good health, wealth, and a colorful future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Manjeet Singh. So you may please proceed.
हाँ जी, मेरी आवाज आ रही है जी आपको?
हाँ जी.
हेलो.
हाँ जी. अपना क्वेश्चन.
हाँ जी, नमस्कार जी. चेयरमैन सर, डायरेक्टर और मेरे तमाम शेयर होल्डर और एम्प्लॉइज कंपनी के जहां भी काम कर रहे हैं, कंपनी की तरक्की के कर रहे हैं और वो स्वस्थ रहें और अच्छा रहें, और आप कारोबार की दृष्टि से व्यापार में बहुत मदद करते हैं, चाहे वो गली मोहल्ले का व्यापार हो, चाहे वो बाजार का व्यापार हो, चाहे वो मॉल का व्यापार हो. आप प्रोत्साहन देते हैं बेरोजगारी खत्म करने में, हर आदमी को आप व्यापार देते हैं. एक बड़े उत्साह का माहौल है हमारे घर में जब ये आईटीसी की मीटिंग का पता चला है. ऑलरेडी 3-4 शेयर होल्डर और हैं हमारे घर में आपके, जिनकी पास आपकी शेयर होल्डिंग है. आज हमने एक क्विज खेला कि आईटीसी क्या नहीं बनाती है, कंज्यूमर प्रोडक्ट में क्या नहीं बनाती है. उसका निष्कर्ष हमारे 3-4 लोगों द्वारा ये निकला कि आप जैम नहीं बनाते और सॉस नहीं बनाते, और डेंटल में आपकी पेस्ट नहीं आती और बुरश नहीं आता, डिटर्जेंट पाउडर नहीं आता और डिटर्जेंट टिक्की नहीं आती, और आप कॉफी बनाते हैं, शायद चाय नहीं बनाते. तो ये निकल कर आया है. टेलीकॉम पाउडर नहीं बनाते और प्रिकली हीट पाउडर नहीं बनाते। तो ये आप बादशाह हो गए हैं एफएमसीजी में। हम आपसे उम्मीद करते हैं कि आप इन प्रोडक्टों को बनाने की तरफ भी ध्यान देंगे। एक प्रोडक्ट मैं और मिस कर गया हूं जो साल में 2 दफा जरूर चलता है, इंसेक्टिसाइड का, मच्छर का। वो प्रोडक्ट बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है, मतलब बहुत जरूरी है एफएमसीजी कंपनियों द्वारा बनाने की। अगर क्षमता आप बनाएं तो आप अच्छा पिकअप करेंगे, उसमें उसकी सेल अच्छी आती है मच्छर प्रोडक्ट की, इंसेक्टिसाइड के जो प्रोडक्ट होते हैं, ऑयल, लिक्विड, मशीन वगैरह। और मैं आपसे कहना चाहूंगा कि आप जैसे प्रोडक्ट अपने नए लॉन्च करते हैं, तो बॉम्बे की एक कंपनी है ज्योति लेबोरेटरी, उसके कुछ प्रोडक्ट ऐसे हैं कि जो हमारे प्रोडक्टों से सिमिलर नहीं है। तो क्या हमारी निगाह किसी कंपनियों की तरफ है और एक्वायर करने की तरफ? आप इस बारे में जरूर बताइएगा। और सर, डेयरी प्रोडक्ट में आपने देसी घी तो लॉन्च किया है, डेयरी प्रोडक्ट की मार्केट और बहुत बड़ी है। तो मैं जानना चाहूंगा कि आप डेयरी प्रोडक्ट की तरफ और आ रहे हैं? कुछ ऐसा कुछ सुना भी था, अभी प्रोडक्ट हमारे इधर नॉर्थ इंडिया में नहीं हुए लॉन्च, शायद आपके कलकत्ता की स्टेट की तरफ लॉन्च हुए हो। और किसानों से आप जो है गेहूं की अच्छी, हाँ जी, बस समेट रहा हूँ, गेहूं की आप अच्छी खरीद करते हैं, लेकिन गेहूं के सिमिलर वो एक जो है फसल धान की भी लेता है। तो हम जो है चावल की तरफ जरा ध्यान करेंगे, क्योंकि किसान जो गेहूं उगाता है वही किसान जो है चावल भी उगाता है। तो हम चावल को खरीदने की तरफ ध्यान देंगे, क्योंकि हमारी चावल की कोई वैरायटी लॉन्च नहीं है। बाकी सीएसआर एक्टिविटी में आपने ऑक्सीजन वगैरह जो बांटे हैं, कंस्ट्रक्शन वगैरह जो, तो वो क्या उसकी सर्विस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के साथ बांटे हैं कि आगे भी वो जब कभी ऐसी मुश्किल का टाइम आए तो हम जो उसको यूज कर सकें? आप अगर ऐसे कोई चीज अगर कहीं दान देते हैं तो आप उसका सर्विस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट जरूर कराइए, क्योंकि जरूरत के टाइम वो काम आ सके। और सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट का मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगा, मॉडरेटर का मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगा, जो आपने हमें लिंक देकर आपसे हमें जोड़ा है। और चेयरमैन सर, मेरी आपसे थोड़ी रिक्वेस्ट है कि ये मैराथन मीटिंग के अंदर कुछ जो है आपके जिन्होंने रजिस्ट्रेशन कराया हुआ है वो बोल नहीं पाए हैं, तो एक बार उनको जरा जो मिस हुए हैं उनको दोबारा मौका देने की कोशिश करें, क्योंकि कईयों के लिंक नहीं जुड़ पाए हैं। आप इस बारे में जरूर ध्यान दीजिएगा। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Mr. K. Bharat Raj. So you may proceed with your question, please.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. First of all, thank you for arranging a wonderful virtual video conference. Mr. Chairman, a wonderful AGM speech, and you have given everything information in that AGM report, sir. First of all, I congratulate the management for completing 110 years, sir. Sir, in these 110 years, can we expect a special dividend to the shareholders, sir? Because it is a very good occasion and auspicious year, 110 years. So, can you please institute a special dividend, sir, increment dividend, so that every shareholder will be happy, sir. Again, I want to bring to your notice, sir. You came into the ghee products and the dairy products, sir. Sir, I'm calling from Hyderabad. Any plans to come into the South India, sir? Can when we expect from our ghee products and milk products and milk and other products to the Andhra Pradesh and Telangana state? Sir, any plans to come into the butter, cheese and the paneer? Sir, my request is to ITC, why not to come into the ice cream segment, sir? Ice cream segment is a huge market. So why not to come into the ice cream segment, and why not to open a specialized boutique type of ice cream parlors in a metro cities, because huge market is there. That is my bring to your notice, sir. And sir, why not not giving discount in the hotels, sir? Because Taj Group and Oberoi Group and other hotels will provide the discount coupon 30% to 25% discount coupon in the restaurant for the shareholders. So my request is that please send a discount coupons to all shareholders who want to walk into our hotels. They'll get these benefits, sir. So my request, Mr. Chairman, please consider to give discount coupons to the shareholders. Sir, last year I requested for a plant visit, sir. Please take the request of the shareholders, and after the pandemic of the COVID third wave, can you please arrange a plant visit and give directions to Mr. Sangvi? And one more thing, sir, I bring to your notice, sir, there is a poor corporate governance, sir. There is no information. Mr. Sangvi Company secretary, I'll put forward to you, sir, regarding this. Can you give me an explanation, sir? That is only question to you, sir. Once again, all the best for coming here, sir. God bless you all. Mr. Chairman, entire board, be safe and be healthy, sir. All the best, sir.
Thank you so much. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Ms. Vasudha Dakwe. Ma'am, you may please go ahead. Ma'am, request you to kindly go ahead with your question, please.
Can we move on to the next speaker, please, and try
We
later?
move on to the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Bimal Krishna Sarkar. You may please go
Hello.
ahead with your question, please.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
You may please go
Am
ahead.
I audible? माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, अन्यान्य डायरेक्टर वृंद और कंपनी सेक्रेटरी एंड शेयर होल्डर्स, सर मोस्ट ऑफ द क्वेश्चन लेवल जो आइटम है वो कवर्ड हो गया है, वो मैंने ज्यादा कुछ नहीं बोलेंगे। मैं तो कंपनी सेक्रेटरी को धन्यवाद दूंगा, इसलिए जो उन लोग बहुत पहले से यूनिट और एनुअल रिपोर्ट भेज दिया है, इसलिए धन्यवाद सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट को। हमारा पुरी साहब को नमस्कार। आप जो पहले जब VC नहीं होते थे तब सामने आमने सामने बात करते थे, गेट टुगेदर की तरह हम लोग मिलते थे। इस बार हम लोग VC के माध्यम आपको देख रहा हूँ। आपको अब इस कोविड-19 में आपका में जैसे आपको आगे ले गया है हमारा कंपनी को, तो इसलिए आपको भी आपका टीम को भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ। सर हमारा क्वेश्चन कुछ नहीं है, क्वेश्चन कवर्ड हो गया है सर। और हमारा जितना एम्प्लॉय है सबको वैक्सीनेशन हुआ है कि नहीं है, जो दोनों डोज हो गया कि नहीं है, ये हम लोग को जानकारी दीजिएगा। और देखिएगा जो ये कोविड-19 को इफेक्टेड हुआ है कि नहीं हुआ है तो लोग सुस्त है कि नहीं है, कोई हमारा एम्प्लॉय हम लोगों को छोड़ के चला गया क्या कोविड-19 के कारण, इसके बारे में जानकारी दे दिया। और जो कोई चला गया तो उसके लिए तो 1 मिनट कॉन्डोलेंस मीटिंग होना चाहिए, ये हमारा सजेशन है, इसको करना बहुत जरूरी है। सर CSR एक्टिविटीज हम लोगों को तो बहुत बढ़िया है, इसमें तो क्या बात है। जो कोविड-19 के टाइम, जो पेंडेमिक के टाइम ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर जो मोस्ट एसेंशियल था, वो हमारा कंपनी के तरफ से वो सप्लाई किया गया है। मैं एक रिक्वेस्ट है, मैं एक अनुरोध है, एक सजेशन है, जो आप जो थर्ड स्टैंडर्ड है, इसमें गरीब लोग जो लोग चिकित्सा नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, उन लोगों को थोड़ा ऑक्सीजन हो ट्रीटमेंट के बारे में शुरू CSR इन लोगों को हेल्प किया जाए तो अच्छा रहेगा। चाहे पुरी साहब आपको एवं आपका पूरा जो टीम है और जो टोटल एम्प्लॉय को सुस्त रहे और सावधान रहेगा, जब तक हमारा ये देश से ये कोविड-19 उदाव ना हो जाए तब तक हम लोगों को सावधान रहना है। और आप लोगों को सुस्त कामना करके मेरा वक्तव्य खत्म कर रहा हूँ।
Thank you so much. We move on to the next speaker shareholder, Ms. Vasudha Dakwe. Ma'am, you may please proceed with your question. We move on to the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Adarsh Garodia. So you may please go ahead.
Good afternoon, respected chairman and directors. My name is Adarsh Garodia and I am a shareholder of the company since many years. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the company for the speed and agility with which it managed to overcome the hurdles faced due to the pandemic. These are unprecedented times and all our actions have the risk of the unforeseen. In this background, the management has done an excellent job in keeping not only with the supply chain, but also taking care of its employees, as we read in the newspapers. The steps taken by the company in helping the nation in way of donations, tying up with Linde for oxygen, and tying up with Medica for hospital beds, all make us feel proud of being associated with this wonderful organization. In such difficult times, I am glad that the company could commence 5 new food factories and 3 new hotels as stated in the annual report. This is indeed commendable and indicates that the management has been working really hard. The number of new and innovative products introduced in the personal care and food segment is indeed praiseworthy and the company should keep up its momentum. Sir, in my view, this is a right time to look for strategic acquisitions as many companies are in dire financial conditions. Considering our strong cash reserves, it provides ITC an attractive opportunity to look for inorganic growth. I was expecting that ITC would buy out a few more Sunrise type companies this year, and hopefully we can have more of these before the next AGM. Sir, I noticed that ITC Infotech India Limited, the wholly owned subsidiary of the company, has doubled its profit to 600 crores and achieved a turnover of about 2,500 crores. This is a very encouraging achievement and we should pursue the IT service segment with a greater zeal. Who knows, this could be the next great thing in ITC to unlock huge potential for the shareholders. I am happy that the company has amended its dividend distribution policy last year, which gives a larger dividend amount in our hands. We would request the company to explore declaring dividend twice a year like the other FMCG companies, which will make us look forward to the midterm results of the company. The company has already made a beginning this year by declaring an interim dividend. I learned from the ITC website that there are lots of changes in the senior management levels and heads of businesses, with young leaders coming to the fore. I feel this is a bold step as the management is encouraging young blood with fresh minds to run the show. Sir, with such solid foundation and sustainable performance year on year, I am sure the company will create more and more wealth for its shareholders. Wishing you and the team the very best and praying to God that this pandemic ends and the people come out strong and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Ramesh Shankar Gola. You may please go ahead, sir.
Can I hear you, Meena?
Yes, sir, you may please go ahead.
Please 1 minute.
Sure, sir. So you may please go ahead with your question, please.
Yes, okay. Very good afternoon. I am Ramesh Shankar Gola, the ITC shareholder. I am speaking from Hyderabad. First of all, congratulations to the management. Is doing very good and systematic and very happy to say is excellent performance is given as revenue and good dividend and increase very happy to say. One is bonus and the expectation of bonus. Second one, exports and earnings of foreign exchange this year, how much is there, and coming year, what will the planning for more foreign exchange? Third one, how many new clients was added to an ITC group? If any, fourth one, if any new clients was establishing, this dividend is very good. After tax is going good. One minute. I want to, one of the main question is a client visit. Our client visit. Very expectation is there. Our product is in wheat atta. Ashirwad is very good performance and in very concrete is the Sun Feast Month's Magic so tastier and so very delicious. With our products are packing and very looking with colors is so beautiful, and picking our product is very nice.
So sorry to
Another one,
interrupt. You've completed your 2 minutes.
please give me 1 minute. Is main is the day, and one product is very competitive in India to Maggi noodles from the manufacturer of Nestle. Our product is Epic noodles. Is very competitive, very strong market and network is there. I wish to our MD Sanjeev Puri and all of the directors and the secretarial department, to our company CEOs, and also warm wishes, and God blesses you all. Thank you very much for giving this is the opportunity. Thanks to you, moderator, and have a good day, and wishes to all, and coming festival wishes to every one of our MD and directors and our ITC whole team. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you so much. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Gagan Kumar. So you may please go ahead.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. गुड आफ्टरनून मिस्टर चेयरमैन. गुड मॉर्निंग से चलती हुई मीटिंग गुड आफ्टरनून पे आ गई है, और अब गुड इवनिंग तक भी जाने की पूरी संभावना है, क्योंकि मेरे ख्याल से अभी काफी शेयर होल्डर स्पीकर पेंडिंग बाकी हैं. मैं ज्यादा समय आपका ना लेते हुए सिर्फ एक दो बातें कहना चाहूंगा सर, कि हमारी कंपनी ने जो हमें डिविडेंड दिया है उससे हम लोग बहुत खुश हैं, लेकिन शेयर प्राइस की तरफ थोड़ा सा हमें एप्रिसिएशन उस हिसाब से नहीं मिला है. मैं कामना करता हूं कि आने वाले समय में हमारी कंपनी का शेयर प्राइस भी काफी अच्छा ग्रो करेगा. और दूसरी चीज सर, आजकल जो आयुर्वेद का जमाना है, तो मैं ये चाहूंगा कि अपनी आईटीसी कंपनी में आयुर्वेदिक प्रोडक्ट को थोड़ा सा बढ़ावा दिया जाए, और उसमें कुछ एक ऐसी ऐप बनाई जाए जिसमें आईटीसी के सारे प्रोडक्ट हों, जिसको कस्टमर ऑनलाइन परचेज कर सके. चाहे उसमें आपकी होटल बुकिंग हो, चाहे आपके मतलब जो भी हमारी कंपनी आईटीसी काम करती है, वो एक ऐप के जरिए कोई भी आदमी उसको एक्सेस कर सके, चाहे प्रोडक्ट खरीदना है या होटल बुकिंग करना है, एक्सेट्रा जो भी आपके प्रोडक्ट्स वगैरह और भी लॉन्च करेंगे उनको भी उसमें ऐड करें, और उसमें शेयर होल्डर को कुछ एक प्रिविलेज कार्ड या डिस्काउंट टाइप कुछ मिल जाए तो आपकी बड़ी मेहरबानी होगी सर. और दूसरा एक चीज और कहना चाहूंगा सर, कि मैं आपकी एक कंपनी ITHL जो दिल्ली में है, इंटरनेशनल ट्रैवल हाउस लिमिटेड, मैं उसका भी शेयर होल्डर हूँ. बोथ ऑफ द कंपनीज आर डूइंग वेरी गुड, एक्सीलेंट सेक्रेटरियल डिपार्टमेंट. हमारी कोई भी ग्रीवेंसेस कोई भी मेल होती है तो हमें उसका जवाब जो है वो तुरंत मिल जाता है. बाकी ज्यादा समय ना लेते हुए मैं सिर्फ एक रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूंगा कि जो स्पीकर शेयर होल्डर भाई रह गए हैं, जिन लोगों का नाम अनाउंस हुआ लेकिन वो किसी वजह से जुड़ नहीं पाए, like I remember 1 or 2 names like Mr. Saravjit, Chetan, and etc. Kindly give them chance, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We now invite the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Sujan Modak. You may please proceed.
Yeah, you can hear me, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, respected chairman, other board of directors, and my fellow shareholders. And I'm Sujan Modak from Calcutta. Namaskar, sir. Sir, how are you, sir? Nice to see you. Sir, there was a time when ITC was mostly on the lips of, that means it was mainly on the sex company, mostly. But now there is a sea change in our company. Now, so many products. Now, one can find in every kitchen. The new punchline in Hindi, if I say, घर घर में ITC, हर घर में ITC. This is very nice, sir. This is a reality and this is a fact, no doubt. For this, there is a contribution of everybody, from you, the management, the staff members, the workers, the supply chain people, the dealers, stockists, consumers, and of course, the shareholders. I salute all of them. I urge the management to keep it going so that it becomes very soon सुबह से शाम ITC का नाम और अच्छा होना चाहिए. So हर घर में ITC, घर घर में ITC से हम सुबह से शाम ITC के नाम. सर एक छोटी सी हमारा रिक्वेस्ट है, if it is possible, if feasible, you can do it. Sir, in the marketplace, is it possible to make exclusive shop for only ITC product? If possible.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. You've
better than
completed
me.
your 2 minutes.
1 second, just half a minute, just half a minute. And one more suggestion is, in the shopping mall we go, like Big Bazaar or whatever is that, is it possible to make exclusive portion of a flow only for ITC product? If it is viable, if you can be, if it's possible, please do it. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. We have the next audio question from Mr. Bimal Kumar Agarwal. So your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. First of all, I thank the company secretary and the chorus team for providing me to speak. And for now, I'm asking the question. Please provide segment-wise volume growth number and market share in cigarette business. Also provide the insight into share of illegal import of cigarette in the country. When we can expect double-digit margin in FMCG business. That's all from me. Thank you very much. Hello.
Thank you so much, sir. We invite the next speaker shareholder, Ms. Lakshmi Devi. Ma'am, you may please go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I'm a son. I'm speaking on our behalf. Okay.
Sorry, the speaker shareholder would speak and no proxies allowed.
But initially when you contacted me, it said it's allowed, right? No. Okay. It's
No,
fine.
sir, you can, you may choose to send your queries by email and we'll make sure we answer it to your satisfaction.
We move on to the next speaker shareholder, Mr. Deepak Sahal. Sir, you may please proceed. Request you to kindly unmute your audio and go ahead, sir.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, very good afternoon, sir. Respected Chairman and Director, I am Deepak Sahal. I am from Calcutta. I am a shareholder of the esteemed organization. I have been studying the performance of the company since many years, and I am impressed at the way it is consistently delivering better and better results every year. This year, the entire country faced an unprecedented supply crisis to the lockdown, but despite this, the company yet again produced a result which were better than the last year. It gives us the confidence that irrespective of the share prices, this excellent management team continues to focus on company performance and rewarding shareholders with high dividends. Thank you so much for the dividend. The basket of categories which has been expanded constantly with newer and niche products, that there will always be some products which will be more than which will make a hit in any other segments. For examples, we can see how food and personal care are able to compensate for the pandemic impact on the hotel and business this year. Another thing which I really like and admire about this company is that it does not believe in only top line and bottom line. The commitment to the governance and contributing to the society are deeply entrenched in the entire functioning of the company, which can be seen from the large number of awards conferred each year. The best governed company awarded conferred this year to the company by no less than the Institute of Company Secretary of India, a body which has played a major role in implementing governance practice in countries, is indeed a praiseworthy. And I would like to place on record and my appreciation for this award to you. As we all know, applying the principles of corporate governance has become a prerequisite to gaining shareholder confidence and consequently increasing shareholders' values as these principles cover risk mitigations, transparency of policies, strong control mechanism, effective reporting mechanism, and absence of conflict in interest. This award is the confirmation that we shareholders need not worry about our money if it is invested in ITC. And it is only a matter of time before the market realizes that the shares of this solid company is still available at the PE of 20, whereas the Sensex and Nifty PE are presently well above 30. I strongly believe that the company ITC size and pedigree should continue to function the way it was, like an elephant. It is strong and steady and not try to compensate like tigers or cheetahs who run fast but only for short duration. I wish you all the best for your future. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
We now invite the last speaker shareholder, Himal Kampani. You may go ahead, please.
Hello. Good
So
afternoon.
you may go
Chairman.
ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Puri and the board of directors. I'm Himal Kampani, shareholder of the company, and would like to only point out a very few things. That this ITC, everybody is worried about the share price. I was just going through it, and I find that even Reliance had a problem between 2012 and 16. It was under the same range. Similarly, ITC also now is in an accumulation zone. So in my opinion, there is nothing to worry about the ITC share prices. And I also amazed that the book value to price ratio of Reliance and ITC is more or less on the same thing, including Tata Tata Consumer Products. So it is a matter of small time, which I think shareholders should provide to see that it does very well. Secondly, there are a lot of talking about the capital allocation strategy and all. If ITC has moved from where it was and it is what it is now, it's a different conglomerate altogether. And I think the way the dividend payout is increased and also trying to go on asset light on hotel, I think then select acquisition are in tune, are in terms. I personally feel is doing very well. Then people are talking about the breakup or talking about the companies to be broken up. I think this is something I think Mr. Puri has expressed earlier, and I'm going through some newspaper items and all, and that makes sense. So I think there is nothing to be under pressure. These share prices are going to improve, and it is definitely going to improve. Only a time is a factor. It has happened with every shareholding companies. Not that ITC is a selective one. It has happened with Reliance. It happened with other companies. So it has to happen because it's a market force we decide. And I'm also feeling very sad that some of the people are criticizing ITC in a different manner. I think that could be one of the reasons they want the price to become cheaper so they can collect. And I'm not wrong. I don't think I should be wrong. I think your secretarial department should find out that whoever is abusing ITC ultimately collecting shares. That could be a possibility. So in my opinion, sir, I think enough of talk which has gone. I've been hearing people are praising also, and people are also asking for these comments are not called for, sir. It's already 2 o'clock. I personally believe that it's time for you and all the shareholders to relax and leave the management to you and then close the AGM so that, at least we are all done with whatever has to be done. This is what my thinking is as a shareholder. And thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you so much. Chairman, sir, this was the last question. You may go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Diksha. So, first of all, may I thank all of you, our valued shareholders, for the interest taken in studying the affairs of the company and the annual reports and your very incisive questions and suggestions also. Thank you very much for that, and certainly we welcome these questions, and you're also free to send questions on email if you so desire. I'm also particularly happy to see that we have a very, very aware set of and enlightened shareholders. I see a fair bit of questions on sustainability, and these are also equally important because ITC has always believed, and there is, in my way, no two ways about it. You all must have heard about the recent announcement by the UN on the climate crisis. It is not the future, it is here. And we are also seeing it in India, in West Bengal itself and other parts. How often are we getting cyclones? How often are we getting floods? How often are we getting heat waves? So it's a real issue. And I think companies have to put their best foot forward and do have the capacity to do their bit. And we in ITC are very committed and will continue to do so. There have been some questions on renewable energy. There are questions on single-use plastics. There are questions on rainwater harvesting. So let me just reiterate. I did cover all this in my address, and it's also there in our annual report. And I would also invite shareholders to go through our sustainability report, which the latest one will be coming out shortly. So we are, as I said earlier, we are the only enterprise in the world to have the triple distinction of being water, carbon, and solid waste recycling positive for 19, 15, and 13 years in a row. And our rainwater, our watershed harvesting program benefits 1.2 million acres. We also work with demand side efficiency, that is helping particularly farmers to produce better with lesser water. We are also taking the lead and getting all our sites which are on water stress areas certified. We are trying to minimize usage of plastics. We have said we'll be plastic neutral this year. We are already solid waste recycling positive. We are also providing society solutions for single-use plastics. The paper business is doing it, and somebody alluded to that. The second area I will move on to is the whole. Okay, before I move on to that, I think I must take this opportunity just to clarify. Somebody talked about some fraud related to ITC. This ITC means input tax credit. It has nothing to do with ITC Limited. So this is a term that is often used. It has nothing to do with ITC Limited. So I just wanted to put a rest to this. Okay, there are some comments on performance of the company. Many very encouraging comments. So I thank you, valued shareholders, for the same, and it's source of immense encouragement to the larger ITC team, and many of them will be listening on to this. So this is immensely encouraging. There are some concerns articulated, and there are some points being said on share prices is concerned. And as far as share price is concerned, I've heard this concern about the share price not appreciating. I've also heard speakers talk about experience with other companies on how share prices have moved and their perspectives on that. We've also had suggestions on as to deal with it in terms of bonus, in terms of merger, and also another view that it should not be. It should remain as one entity. So there are various views that have come in. So let me give you a perspective. And one of the points also very validly made by one of the speakers is that the most important deliverable from a management perspective is performance. And it is performance that is ultimately recognized. Whatever is built, whatever value is created, is always created on the foundation of performance. And as far as performance is concerned, let me start with that first. In the year leading to prior to the pandemic, like if we take FY 17 to 20, our EPS has gone up by 47%, and somebody I think spoke about it. Our return on capital employed has gone up from 61 to 72%. Our margins on FMCG have improved by 640 basis points. There was an observation that it is low, and I will talk about it a little later. Just to also put this figure in perspective, in the last 5 years, the company has paid out nearly 50,000 crores as dividend. So the capacity to, this reflects the strength of the company's operations. We are a debt-free company. We have also made a very transparent dividend distribution policy. So there are a number of things that have happened. However, the concern is still, and I share that concern, and the board shares the concern that the what is being reflected, the market is not reflecting this performance. So what is really what are we hearing? So as we had mentioned last year in the annual report, the primary concern is there is this whole concept of ESG investing that is coming, and there are people who are opting out of certain sectors. So that's one concern. And then the cigarette industry has faced a huge amount of taxation. In fact, taxation has, in a period of time, multiplied more than 3 times. That's given fillip to illegal and has impacted the growth of that industry. And in periods where taxation was stable, actually the industry recovered quite well. So there are concerns from that perspective. And more short-term issue that is there, and I spoke about it in my address, that last year, 3 of our segments, which is cigarettes, education and stationery, and hotels, were impacted. But I think the team did a terrific job to recover quite well as economy opened up, as mobility increased. And in the cigarette business, we were nearly close to pre-COVID levels towards the end of the year. Education is really indexed on the operations of the schools, which is still a little uncertainty, and hotels also recovered well. In the second half, they were cash positive. And it's really again indexed to how the pandemic performs, or the trajectory that the pandemic would take. But we are prepared to respond to the situation. And despite all of this, if you go segment by segment, last year the company has delivered a competitively superior performance across segments. And many of you would be seeing the results of other companies in similar businesses, and you have the segment results of ITC, so you can also take a look. We gave comparatively superior performance across segments. What is it that we are doing about ESG? Number one, we have very good credentials on ESG. We are AA as rated by MSCI. We are also on the Dow Jones Sustainability Index. We have announced Sustainability 2.0 to strengthen our credentials as far as this is concerned. And there is a view that is, you see, the whole concept of ESG also is evolving. There is one concept of exclusion. There's another concept which really deals with the manner in which business is conducted, or how is really ESG integrated with the enterprise. And I think integration of this whole concept of ESG, in our case, is truly exemplary. And we have been at this journey for a fair period of time. And be it our environmental performance, our social performance, and even governance, and many shareholders complimented us, and I'm thankful for them, for the Corporate Governance Award that was won last year. So on all these 3 fronts, we are on solid foundation. As far as this whole point about ESG is concerned, let me also say that, before I go to that, as far as the cigarettes business and other segments are concerned, we did have this year an impact on account of the second wave, which we also informed at the end of the first quarter results. But we are seeing that the recovery has been faster this year, and week on week we are seeing improvement. And your company remains confident, and your company of being able to respond to the situation with agility and continuing to provide competitive performance. Now, this whole idea of some concerns around our traditional segment, whether it's in the form of taxation or whether it's in the form of the investing, the company also recognized the possibility long time back and decided to create multiple drivers of growth. And the idea to do that was to create shareholder and stakeholder value. So we started this journey, and the segments that we are into, if you look at our paper and paperboard segment, I think we are the leaders. We are not only the leaders in the VAP segment and in terms of size, but also profitability. And also we are the greenest paper company. And we've identified a good opportunity to pursue on single-use plastic substitute. And that's an area that we are focusing on. Agribusiness, besides being the leading player, leading metrics, I think it plays a very important role in rural transformation. Our farmer engagement through the ITC e-Chopal runs into 4 million farmers, a lot of benefits to the farmers. But there again, we are identifying additional growth levers, which I spoke about, value-added agriculture. And there are many things that are happening on it. And we've also identified a big opportunity, or let me say a very nice opportunity, which puts together our strengths and the power of digital technologies. And that's going to really empower farmers in rural areas, bringing in cutting-edge digital technologies to the farmers. And it's really going to build on the e-Chopal platform. And it will also help us improve our operations and also provide newer opportunities for us. So so additional growth lever is there. As far as hotels is concerned, it's a segment, as I mentioned, it's being most badly impacted. But it's given us an opportunity to look at alternate revenue streams. So out of the hotel, dining is one area that we have started and we've got encouraging response. We've also looked at how to bring in operational efficiencies, and these are happening. In the hotel segment, our profitability is leading. There were some points made about the capital employed, and that is so because we have a lot of properties which are gestating, which are recent additions. Earlier properties, the ROCE is fine. It's the later ones where there is a problem. And this is a segment that the company has been for a fair period of time. And 3-4 years back, in the context of the maturity of the business, in the context of the nature of the business, and in the context of the strategy reset, where we said we will pursue an asset-right model that will help us to grow faster. And we renovated the Welcome Hotel brand, and we also have launched a new brand called Story, and we're getting encouraging response from it. So we are going towards an asset-right strategy, which is going to optimize capital intensity, and therefore that metric of ROCE also will improve. Besides growth and sustaining the profitability margins. But let me also tell you that this challenge that the hotel business has faced last year, or the ROCE being lower, it is not that suddenly this has happened and that's why it does not correlate. None of these events are correlating to the events when the share price has got depressed. The reasons are separate, as I explained. And we are building this new pillar of growth. We have said we will go asset right. We also said last year in the annual report that we will look at alternate structures, which we have reiterated this time, except that given the situation and that is faced by the hotel industry, it is not the right time to do it. We'll have to wait for the recovery. As far as FMCG is concerned, that was the business that was started later, and FMCG brands take a lot of investments to develop. We have also built capacity for scalability to help us scale up our FMCG business, because the idea was to create a large FMCG business, because that fits well with our organizational capacity, it fits well with market opportunity, and offers us the best opportunity to create value. And that's why we've been building it with the purpose of building a large FMCG businesses. So many things were simultaneously pursued. And if you look at the size, having a business, FMCG business of 15,000 crores, I'm not really aware of any business of this scale having been created in this period of time. And as far as profitability is concerned, because there are gestating cost of brands, gestating cost of facilities, some of these segments are small, so that does impact margins. But if you look at the last, since FY17, we have improved margins by 640 basis points. And because some of the earlier investments have gathered scale, we are getting the benefit. So over time, we will be continuing to work towards improving it, and ultimately the aim is to be the #1 FMCG company, not just in terms of size, but in comparison to the relevant industry. The aspiration would be to give leading edge performance, all round leading edge performance. So this is where we are as far as performance and our journey is concerned. Now, as far as this whole idea about bonus shares, buybacks, merger or demerger or not to merge. So you see, we are, first of all, let me say, we are all committed to creating sustained shareholder value. We are going to do what is good for the long term of the company. Enterprises have to exist, not just for today, it has to exist for tomorrow and day after. So sustained value creation will be the guiding mantra. And within that framework, we are committed to doing what is right to create value. And whether being together or being separate is a better solution is answered by what will give us sustained value, and then what are the merits and demerits of each situation. Nothing is cast in stone, and we review this from time to time in the context of the macros, the competitive context, the strategy of the organization. And a good example is hotels itself. Now, we had given the maturity of the business and the strategy of asset right. We thought the best way is to look at an alternate structure. So we were flexible enough to do that. So that's the way we have to look at it. FMCG businesses, these are businesses we are building on, and these are businesses that have benefited immensely from the synergy of the enterprise. I spoke about ITC master chefs. If we did not have the expertise, cuisine expertise in the hotels, if we did not have some expertise residing in agribusiness, if we did not have some expertise residing with the trademark and distribution system, these are all common resources, we would not have been able to scale up. Ashirwad Atta is today what it is because of the lot of synergies that come from agribusiness. To make Ashirwad Atta what it is, our agribusiness actually invests a lot of resources to develop the right varietals that will help us, give us good quality of atta year on year. So there's a lot of synergy that has been used to create a large business in a short period of time. So we have to look at the merits of what is the merits of being together and the merits of not being together. And whatever is the better answer and whatever can give us sustained value is what we have to go for. And that is what is in the interest of shareholders and all those stakeholders. And that is what we are committed towards it. And as I said, nothing is cast in stone. We do review this from time to time and do what is the best as far as the value creation is concerned. Okay. I will now quickly answer some of the questions, that specific questions. There was a question on Logix developers. It is there in the annual report, but basically the JV partner has not been interested in progressing. So the matter is currently before the NCLT. The JV partner subsequently changed his mind. So it is there in the annual report in detail. It is given there. There were some, buyback, etc., buyback and bonus, these are all items that we do consider from time to time, and whatever is right for sustained value creation is what we are guided by. There's a query on Sutti holding. Sutti holds 7.9% in the company, and there's been no change in the holding in recent times. And I think some media reports were quoted. They were basically, they were speculative. There was a query on ITC Infotech. ITC Infotech is a 100% owned subsidiary, and there was a query for is it planned to be listed? I think, let me put it this way, that it is making good progress, and it is doing well. And let us build this business, and time to time, as I said, these things get evaluated, and when it is felt it's the right thing to do, it will be pursued. There was also some information regarding the tenure of one of our directors, Mr. Mathur. It is actually 16 years and not 21 as was mentioned. There was a query on the status of Hobbits and Shitagar, which was the subsidiaries of erstwhile Sunrise Foods Limited. The approval has come, and it has merged with the company from 30th July 2021. Details of IEPF are provided on page 35 of the annual report. I will not give all the information here. Members desirous of looking at it can refer to that page. Now, as far as the suggestion to assist shareholders so that their funds do not get into the IEPF, I think many of you have acknowledged the services of the secretarial department. They're very proactive. So at least periodically, reminders and periodically attempt is made to connect and resolve the issue. There was a query on the dividend date, that is on the, if approved by the shareholders, will be paid on 13th August 2021. The shareholding of independent directors is arising out of stocks option in prior periods. There have been no stock options to any independent director, and all the disclosures are being made as required. There is absolutely no problem of governance because this is being transparently disclosed. Well, there was a query on PLI scheme. PLI scheme has many components of brand building and production linked, and this is an area that the company is also pursuing, and based on the developments, we'll take it forward. There's also a question on whether, just like FMCG, will we also be open to acquisition as IT segment. Generally, inorganic, we are open in all the businesses. If there's a strategic fit, it's value accretive, it's in line with our strategy, and certainly in the IT space, given the buoyancy, if there are opportunities and it's a right fit, the company will examine it certainly. There's an issue about the relationship with BAT. Now, just to clarify, TMI, ITC and TMI are associates company, and TMI's ultimate parent is BAT, and that's how you have to look at it. There were some questions on capacity utilizations and questions on how the operations are now. Now, largely, everything is operating in certain segments based on the situation, whether it is restaurants in hotels or rooms or in the education and stationery because of schools closure. There is some impact, but largely everything is operating. There's also some queries on cost control. Hotels business has done controllable cost by 47%. And across the business, wherever there was opportunity, you will see it in this schedule, the costs have been optimized. There was a query on old FERA proceedings. Now, all these are there because it takes time it takes time in the process. So, out of 26 SCMs, show cause memoranda, 17 have been dropped. 5 were squashed by Calcutta High Court. There is an appeal against that, and in 2 orders are reserved, and in 2 no hearing has taken place. There's also a question about the margins of this year versus last year. As I explained, certain segments were impacted last year on account of business mix and on account of the segments that they were impacted. That is where the impact is there. But as I said earlier, our performance is comparatively superior. There was question on number of new products. FMCG, we have done 120 products last year, and the journey is continuing this year as well. Some of them have received, many of them have received very encouraging response, and there were suggestions also on what other products we should get into, and some suggestions that were made. Let me also make a mention that some of these categories that were suggested, we are already present, and we may be present in a particular geography, may not be pan-India, because as I said in my address, that we want to validate the whole concept, understand it fully, and then roll out on a pan-India basis. So you will find that some of these products are also available on the ITC e-store, and there was also a query about having a place where all our products are showcased. The ITC e-store has actually is a place where you will find 800 products of ITC across 45 categories. So I would urge you to go there. There are some conserves which are more natural. I mean, it's from real fruit that these conserves are made, unlike a jam which will have various mixtures. We do have a prickly heat powder, not a prickly heat powder. We have something called, we own a brand called Shower to Shower. And as far as dairy products are concerned, yes, East and Bihar is where bulk of them are, but ghee is available on e-commerce. And we also have a dairy beverage, Sunfeast dairy beverages and Dark Fantasy milkshake. These are available in many parts of most of the country. It is available, and it's available on e-commerce as well. There were some questions on oxygen supplies. What percentage of oxygen have we supplied? So just to put it in perspective, you see, unlike plants which actually use a lot of oxygen, our manufacturing process uses very little oxygen, only in the paper business. And so whatever we could enhance capacity was provided to hospital. What we assisted in was not in oxygen production, but there was a big bottleneck in transportation of oxygen, because oxygen is produced in the East, a lot of it, and because of the requirement, it had to be transported, and that infrastructure was not available for transportation. So we were amongst the first to airlift 24 cryogenic tankers which are used for transportation. And then we also arranged 22 oxygen generators which have been donated to various hospitals. So the hospitals will have their own plants for producing oxygen. And we also provided concentrators which have been made available, so that in cases where people don't need to go to hospital, or when the requirement is lower, even in a Medicare facility, the concentrator can work. So that's what we have done. there were queries about will the liberal dividend payouts policy continue. So there is a policy. We have made it transparent. So we will be following that policy. So medium term, that's the policy that we will follow. There are also some questions for some detailed information of various segments and products. So you will appreciate that. I'm sure you would not like us to give information that will put us at a competitive disadvantage. So we give information like and disclosures like all the other competitors do. Beyond that, some of the information is not in our interest because this is competitive information. So we will not be able to provide it. Of course, information on certain categories for shares, etc., is available in through some syndicated research. That kind of information can be supplied, but I will not get into it here because there are so many categories. To go through that itself will take a huge amount of time. So I think I have answered most of the questions. It is possible that I may have missed out some because there were many questions. And if I missed out some, I apologize for that. But you have the option of writing to us, and we will certainly, our secretarial department, and many of the speakers have acknowledged the quality of service, will respond to you. And moving back to the agenda, I would like to advise that pursuant to the Companies Act 2013, all the resolutions before the meeting are required to be transacted through e-voting. Members are provided the facility to cast votes before the meeting through remote e-voting. The period for remote e-voting commenced on 7th August at 9 a.m. and ended on 10th August at 5 p.m. Members who are attending this meeting and who have not cast their votes through remote e-voting may avail the facility of e-voting provided now through NSDL e-voting website. Such facility will be available for next 15 minutes. Mr. R.L. Audi, Senior Solicitor and Partner, Messrs. Sanderson and Morgans, has been appointed by your board as the scrutinizer for this purpose. The voting results will be declared within 2 working days from the conclusion of this meeting. The results, along with the scrutinizer's report, will be available on the company's corporate website and also on the website of NSDL. The results will also be forwarded to the National Stock Exchange and the Bombay Stock Exchange and the Calcutta Stock Exchange, where the company shares are listed. On behalf of the board, I convey my sincere thanks to all of you for attending and participating in this meeting. We look forward to seeing you again next year. Stay safe, be healthy, and take care of yourselves. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.